Well, there will be no more new pennies. Jim Kursula says the Mint is pressing its last one today.
It costs nearly 4 cents to make a penny, and President Donald Trump has ordered its cancellation. The U.S. Mint in Philadelphia has been making pennies since 1793. Over the last 100 years, half of the coins made at U.S. Mints in Philadelphia and Denver have been pennies.
And many of those are likely in your couch cushions or in between your car seats. Checking Wall Street, the Dow's in a good place this afternoon, up 380 points. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A recent in Monroe's Town Council race ended with another tie between incumbent Democrats Denise Pescaro and Kathy Koholt. Although the tie would have been required a special election, Pescaro has withdrawn, allowing Koholt to take the final council seat. Pescaro cited respect for Koholt's work and dedication to the town, while local Democratic leaders praised her professionalism and service to the community. The results of a new survey from the nonprofit Data Haven reveals new information on the status of SNAP recipients in Connecticut. One major takeaway is that a quarter of Connecticut's households have used the program at one point and want the program strengthened. Half of respondents to the survey said they have used SNAP program in the last 30 days. Governor Ned Lamont has signed a declaration allowing Connecticut General Assembly to create an emergency state response reserve to offset federal cuts to health and human services programs made by President Trump and congressional Republicans. The reserve would help fund essential programs during federal budget instability or shutdown. Governor Lamont said the measure ensures Connecticut can protect its most vulnerable residents amid ongoing and potential future federal funding disruptions. Lawmakers in the Connecticut General Assembly are convening today a special session to vote on a major housing bill that the governor spent months negotiating with municipalities. The bill aims to address an estimated need for 90,000 new affordable housing units in the state, includes provisions allowing towns to collaborate on growth plans rather than being mandated, and offers grants for construction new homes, and mandates rent fairness commissions on municipalities with more than 15,000 people. While the bill has bipartisan support, some local officials object, arguing that it still erodes locally elected zoning authority. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampton. Stay left to get through. On 91 southbound side, roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, a couple of talk show hosts I grew up listening to, they would have their mantras, and I would say, yeah, that's pretty funny or that's interesting. One of them, I think he's still on the air today. One guy said something once that I've said to you, and it's not an original thought, but man, it's true. There are no such things as coincidences. You may think there are, but the older I get, the more I think about what this guy said. I'm like, yeah, I think he's right. And there are people that talk about, a higher power, a sixth sense, whatever. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But again and again and again, the more I do shows like this, the more I say, yep, what a shock here. Now, the phony government shutdown is still on. It's going to end. And the reason I call it phony is not that it didn't happen. It's that it didn't have to happen because Richard Blumenthal and Chris Murphy and all the Connecticut Democrats, even the ones in the House, they ended up getting nothing. They got squat out of this. They got less than squat. I don't know what less than squat is, but I'm pretty sure they got less than squat out of it. They got a promise to vote on some health care subsidies, whatever. So here comes the retaliation. Again, no coincidence here. And again, you know what my attitude is on the Epstein files. I don't care who it brings down. If the Jeffrey Epstein files burn down every last Politico in D.C. from the White House on down, you couldn't pay me to care less. I don't care. I don't care. Within reason, we know there are probably still victims out there, but put it all out there. Okay, just put it out there. However, isn't this interesting what happened today as the Democrats, including Chris Murphy and Richard Blumenthal, are banging their heads against the wall, throwing tantrums because they didn't get what they wanted in the government shutdown? Jeffrey Epstein, this from this USA Today version. Let's start with that, shall we? Exhibit 1. Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier and accused sex trafficker, wrote that President Trump, quote, spent hours at my house, unquote, with one of Epstein's victims. That's according to emails House Democrats released today. There's a shock, huh? That's just shocking. The Epstein emails came out today on the same day that there's going to be a vote to officially end the government shutdown. I'm shocked. My God, what a coincidence. Now, I don't know what's true and what's not true here. That's the point. I wasn't there, thank God, and none of us were. But again, what a shock here. So you have the same side. You have Democrats, including Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. DeLauro, Ms. Jonna Hayes, Mr. Himes, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Larson. Apparently, they're okay with now using these emails as a gotcha mode. Is that what we're doing here? The White House called the release of the emails a smear, quote unquote. Trump attended parties and flew on Epstein's plane during the 1990s, but Trump later ousted Epstein from his club and forcefully denied knowing about the sex trafficking. That's what he said. Epstein died by suicide in prison back in 2019 while awaiting trial. We're not going to get into that. The guy's dead. We're never going to know. There are some things we're just not going to know here. The Democratic revelations came as the House gets ready to swear in a new lawmaker from Arizona. She is expected to provide the final signature needed to force a vote on the legislation that would release all the Department of Justice records about the Epstein investigation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters, quote, these emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. Now, here's the point. Whether Trump did something wrong or not, I don't know that. None of us know that. But how sad is this? And I will keep saying this over and over again. How sad is this that the once great Democratic Party, the party of FDR, the party of LBJ, the party of JFK, the party of Harry Truman, the party of Bill Clinton, the party of Barack Obama has nothing going for it. Nothing. And I'm sorry to say that, but look, you can hate on Trump all you want. Heading into the government shutdown, the needless and useless government shutdown, the Democrats had what? Nothing. Zero. Zip. Zilch. Nada. Squat. They went through a needless government shutdown. Now they're upset, and they do this today on a day that none of them are going to vote to let people have their SNAP benefits back and to straighten out the airlines. So they do this. How bad is this? Seriously. And you know another one of my mantras, when the left is logical, the right will be a little more logical. When the right's a little more logical and less crazy, the left will be a little more logical and less crazy. But we see what they're trying to do here. Now, again, Trump may be completely innocent. He may have some culpability. He may have a lot of culpability. Who knows? But the party of Harry Truman, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, is that all they have? Are they so punch drunk, barely a year into Trump 2.0, that this is all they have? You tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I ask this question. It's our question of the day today. Will those newly released documents connected to convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, will they eventually damage President Trump? And again, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. I honestly, I'm a big let the chips fall where they may guy. But this is it? This is what the party of Bill Clinton has? Wow. Man, coming off a needless, useless political stunt that was embraced by our two Senate members, this is what you got? That's some bad stuff. You tell me, what do you think here? Is there really anything that could hurt Mr. Trump here? And I say, if it's there, let it all out. I couldn't care less. Or is this just a tantrum by the once great Democratic Party? You tell me. Do a little business, traffic, and weather together, all that coming up right here on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Did you agree to host the family for Thanksgiving this year, and now you don't even know where to begin? Don't stress. Allow Riverview Bistro to do the cooking. Our Thanksgiving feast includes a perfectly roasted turkey, house-made gravy, stuffing, baked ziti, Dave's famous cranberry sauce, and all of your other favorite fixings, including your choice of 2 pies. Leave the cooking to Riverview Bistro, and all you'll have to worry about this holiday is picking up your delicious Thanksgiving dinner. Call us or visit riverviewstratford.com for more info. Happy Thanksgiving!
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Connecticut Housing Partners thanks everyone who joined in celebrating its annual dinner and gala. Your generosity helps make home happen, not just for one night, but for a lifetime. There's still time to make a difference. This National Homelessness Awareness Month, you can join us to help end the cycle of housing insecurity. You can help make home happen for families and children right here in Connecticut by donating to the CHP Rent Bank. Visit cthousingpartners.org to give. That's cthousingpartners.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampden. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound side roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer. Open phones here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, same number. See, we made it uber easy for you, right? That, huh? And especially on a subject like this one, people may want to not talk, which is fine, or you can call up, but you can text us as well. So this whole thing, and I know it's a serious situation. I'm not belittling this, but when I say it makes me laugh, the obvious nature of this not being a coincidence is the thing that you sit back and you have to laugh about. And again, and we're talking about any possible involvement. Again, people have run the gamut here between Trump is completely innocent, the president's completely innocent, to some people using the P word with him. Pedophile, for God's sake. I don't know what happened. None of us who weren't there with Jeffrey Epstein and these women and girls know that. We just don't. It's all speculation here. I am openly speculating on this stuff. But I ask, well, the overriding question is, should Mr. Trump be worried here? Will the newly released documents connected to Jeffrey Epstein, will they eventually damage the president? But beyond that, what does this say? And these emails, I guess, were leaked or released from some Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, which is an issue unto and above itself, but that's fine. I get it. They'll eventually going to come out. I get that. But is this all they have? And they're doing it on the day where the government shutdown is probably going to end. Really? This is the AP version of that story. Jeffrey Epstein wrote in a 2019 email to a journalist that Donald Trump, quote, knew about the girls, unquote. That, according to documents made public Wednesday, but what he knew and whether it pertained to any crimes is unclear. And the White House quickly accused Democrats of selectively leaking the emails to smear the president. Now, yeah, kind of, it sounds like. And again, timing is everything. What is likely to happen today? The end of the government shutdown. The end of one of the most incredibly dumb and stupid misfires in recorded political history that has left a smoldering flame that could burn down the modern-day Democratic Party. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee releasing 3 emails referencing Trump, including one Epstein wrote in 2011, in which he told confidant Ghislaine Maxwell that Trump had, quote, spent hours, unquote, at Epstein's house with a sex trafficking victim. All right. The disclosures seem designed to raise new questions, says here, according to our friends at the AP, about the Trump friendship with Epstein and about what knowledge he may have had regarding what prosecutors call a years-long effort by Epstein to exploit underage girls. So where does this go? Does this go anywhere? Look, if this were to bring down the entire Trump White House, I'm fine with that. I don't care. I've said this over and over and over and over again, and I'll continue to say it. This case, the allegations that are out there, all the stuff that we probably don't know, is serious enough that if it leaves a political dustbin in its trail, so be it. The version of the email released by Democrats redacted the name of the victim, but Republicans on the committee later said it was Virginia Giuffre who accused Epstein of arranging for her to have sex with a number of the rich and powerful friends. Giuffre, who died earlier this year, has long insisted that Mr. Trump was not among the men who victimized her. In a court deposition, she said under oath, and this is important, that she did not believe Trump had any knowledge of Epstein's misconduct with underage girls. But yet, what a shock. As the great American Gomer Pyle used to say, surprise, surprise, surprise. He used to tell that to Sergeant Carter, who used to say, Pyle. Giuffre wrote that she was introduced to Trump by her father, who also worked at the club, Mar-a-Lago. She described Trump as friendly and said he offered to help her get babysitting jobs with parents at the club. So where does this all go? Is this a bunch of nothing, or are you there yelling at me now on the radio saying, Paul, aha, you see, you're covering for a pedophile? What? Huh? And you had Seth Moulton, a congressman. We played the audio a couple of weeks ago saying, well, you know, and that's when Joe Scarborough had to step in on Morning Joe and saying, oh, easy what you say here. So what do you think of this? Is this much ado about nothing? Is this just flailing away? Is this just a, I don't know, temper tantrum, kindergarten, nursery school, romper room? That's old school, huh? Is this an episode of Romper Room by the minority party in D.C.? More coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampton. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound side roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. House Democrats released some emails from Jeffrey Epstein claiming President Trump spent hours with the victim and knew about the girls. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
He has denied that type of involvement with Epstein, but this is the first time where we've seen messages among the parties that specifically mention Trump and his involvement.
The White House accuses Democrats of creating a fake narrative. With the House finally back in session, Speaker Mike Johnson says a vote to end the government shutdown is just hours away.
We believe the long national nightmare will be over tonight. It was completely and utterly foolish and pointless in the end, as we said all along.
It could take a bit to get air travel back on track, but correspondent Carter Evans reports.
Delta CEO Ed Bastain said today if the vote goes through tonight, he expects things with his airline to be back to normal by the weekend.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Shelton Board of Aldermen Ward 3 election has ended in a tie, and there will be a special election as a result, but the date has not been set yet. The recount has resulted in a change of only 3 votes. Election officials reviewed votes from voting machines, absentee ballots, same-day registration votes, and write-ins. In Easton, Connecticut's tight race for first selectman, Republican Dan Lent edged out Democrat Nick Daddario by just 5 votes after a recount. The race was so close that thousands of ballots were reviewed and new tabulators used to ensure accuracy. State Attorney General William Tong is warning Fairfield gun-based maker Strum, Ruger and Company that it could face legal action. Tong says the possible action would be over a 9mm pistol that can be easily converted into a fully automatic weapon. He says Ruger's pursuit of profit over safety may be a violation of the State Firearms Industry Regulatory Responsibility Act and the Unfair Trade Practices Act. Ruger has issued a statement saying it has a long history of corporate responsibility and criticized Tong for issuing a press release and not calling them first. Connecticut Democratic Congressman Rosa DeLauro told the majority GOP House Rules Committee she opposes a bill that would end the record-breaking government shutdown, largely because it does not address the health care crisis.
Or even triple for some folks practically overnight.
The Connecticut ACLU is debating that cities and towns stop using automatic license plate readers. The organization is calling for a pause of the use of these devices by police departments and over allegations that personal data is being misused. State ACLU Director David McGuire says people should be able to drive to work, school, or the store without ending up on a government database. McGuire says the use of the devices should be paused until the laws are passed to prevent misuse of collected data. A disposition by longtime Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA, Commissioner Michael Caron has revealed deep internal conflict at the agency during former Chairwoman Marissa Gillette's tenure, including claims that he and other commissioners were excluded from key decisions and staff access. Caron testified that Gillette centralized control, limited transparency, and used auto-delete on text messages that later became controversial, prompting him to raise concerns directly with Governor Lamont's office. Meanwhile, tensions persist at PURA as its general counsel, Scott Merska, has threatened a defamation lawsuit against a colleague and two commissioners over internal disputes and accusations of misconduct related to public records handling. A recount in Monroe's town council race ended in another tie between incumbent Democrats Denise Prisco and Kathy Hochul. Although the tie would have required a special election, Prisco has withdrawn, allowing Hochul to take the seat herself. Prisco cited respect for Hochul's work and dedication to the town, while local Democratic leaders praised her professionalism and service to the community. The result of a new survey from the nonprofit Data Haven reveals new information on the status of SNAP recipients in Connecticut. One major takeaway is that a quarter of Connecticut households have used the program at some point and want the program strengthened. Half of respondents to the survey said that they used the SNAP program in the last 30 days. Governor Ned Lamont has signed a declaration allowing the Connecticut General Assembly to create an emergency state response reserve to offset federal cuts to health and human services programs made by President Trump and congressional Republicans. The reserve would help fund essential programs during federal budget instability or shutdowns. Lamont said the measure ensures Connecticut can protect its most vulnerable residents amid ongoing and potential future federal funding disruptions. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampton. Stay left to get through. On 91 southbound side, roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And that's Kraus with WICC traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones. If you want to jump in here, get your thoughts on this to start off at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is this a smear job on President Trump? And again, I ask that whether you adore Trump, you can't stand him, somewhere in the middle, you have a picture of him on the wall along with Jesus Christ, Frank Sinatra, and Joe DiMaggio. Or you have a picture of Trump on the wall next to, Pol Pot, Chairman Mao, and Adolf Hitler. Or you're somewhere in the middle. You know what I'm saying here? But is the release of these emails today. Is it a smear job? Now, we don't know what involvement he really had with Jeffrey Epstein. I guess he knew the guy. He was at Mar-a-Lago a few times. Whatever. He has maintained over the years that once he knew what was going on, he threw him out. Whatever. Do I believe that? I guess. I take it on face value. I don't know. But we're talking about the fact here, in case you're just joining us, the big story today, that there were documents made public by some Democratic House members today, Wednesday, oddly enough, the day the government shutdown will likely end, later on sometime tonight, in a House vote that we'll keep you updated on right here on WICC. You have a scenario where on the same day, the misguided just talk about shoot yourself in the foot, the ankle, and any other appendage you can imagine. House vote here is going to end the government shutdown here, and all of a sudden, I'm shocked, aren't you? All of a sudden, these Jeffrey Epstein emails are just released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Now, again, let me tell you up front, I feel I have to keep repeating this because a lot of you are home saying, oh, he's just a shill. He's a shill for the White House. He's a shill for Trump. He's a shill for Caroline Leavitt. No, I'm not. If 1 hour from now, anything and everything to do with Jeffrey Epstein would bring down the Trump White House, I'd say, all right, what's next? I still got to get up and come to work in the morning. Not that I don't love to, but you know what I mean here. Jeffrey Epstein wrote, according to a 2019 email, in a journalist that Donald Trump, quote, knew about the girls. That's the key phrase here they're pointing out, according to the AP. He knew about the girls. Now, what does that mean? Who knows? But what he knew, now this is not the email saying this is the AP saying this, but what he knew and whether it pertained to any sex crimes is unclear, and the White House accused Democrats of selectively leaking the emails to smear Mr. Trump. Could be, right? Listen, you just got embarrassed in this whole government shutdown thing, and it's going to end today. And when the vote comes later today, there is going to be gloating by the Trump White House. He's going to gloat. Vice President Vance is going to gloat. House Speaker Mike Johnson is going to gloat. Senate Republican leader John Thune, he's going to gloat. And they're all going to say, oh, my God, our friends across the other side of the aisle, what have they wrought? Look at this. We're saving America. Meantime, people are in airport terminals flipping the bird at everybody, looking up on those big monitors next to everything that says delayed, delayed, cancel, 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 delayed, delayed. What do you think about all this? Is this phony? Is this a coincidence? Do you, like me, unlike me, do you believe or not believe in coincidences? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or are you happy this is happening? Are you saying, hey, if this is the only way that the once great Democratic Party can get its act together, can get its collective arse in gear and do this, are you one of those people who say, amen, hallelujah? 203-333-9422. We continue, 333-WICC.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampton. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound side roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If you want to text about this or talk to me, moi, right here, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. He, quote-unquote, knew about the girls. 4 words there. Quote, here's the quote that everybody is fixated on right now at about 3:15 on a Wednesday, the 12th of November, 2025. Quote, he knew about the girls. Quote, knew about the girls. What do you know? He is now President Trump. Jeffrey Epstein wrote in a 2019 email to a journalist that Donald Trump, quote, knew about the girls, unquote. That's according. How do we know this? Well, this is part of a document dump that was done earlier today by some House Oversight Committee Democrats in D.C. Why are they doing it? Well, their idiotic, moronic, flailing away government shutdown is going to end in a few hours, and they got nothing out of it. Now, again, this stuff was probably going to come out anyway, but you know what I mean. What he knew about what girls says here in the AP is unclear, and the White House quickly accused Democrats of selectively leaking the emails to smear the president. Is it a surprise to you? Not to me. But again, none of us know, right? None of us know. None of us were there. But is this the only, in the wake of this government shutdown, is this the only thing you Democrats have? Honestly. And again, I look, you know me, I am not a homer here by any stretch of the imagination. The best calls I get here are the people, the calls that look, I love anybody that calls in here. Don't get me wrong. But the calls I get that are uber satisfying to me are the people that say, hey, they don't agree with me policy-wise, but they like the way I conduct the show. And, you know, I'll call out both sides, much the way I think Bill Maher does on his show. That's why I've really come to like him. because he is an unapologetic liberal in the old style, but he calls out both sides. I consider myself a moderate conservative in the old style, but I'll call out both sides. And, that I'll call out both sides, and, I get some angry responses and text messages and emails saying, oh, why are you breaking him off on Trump? Well, sometimes he richly deserves it. Whichever side richly deserves it. And after this morass of stuff that we had to live with for the past 41, 42, 43 days on this government shutdown, I'm sorry, the party of Chris Murphy, the party of Richard Blumenthal, the party of Rosa DeLauro, and Joe Courtney, and Johanna Hayes, and John Larson, and Jim Himes, fine people they may be, their party acted like idiots the past month, scaring people into thinking they wouldn't be able to eat, throwing the nation's air traffic control system into a dazed and confused state over what? They got nothing out of it. And because they got nothing, is this why we're seeing these Jeffrey Epstein emails? Seriously, is that not a valid question? It's not a partisan issue. It's not. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it over and over and over and over. If the Jeffrey Epstein case brings down Donald Trump, I don't care. The country will survive, the republic will survive, the government will survive, the American people will survive. But honestly, maybe this is the only thing that the once great party of John F. Kennedy has. What else do they have right now? Tell me. You call me and tell me, or text me. It's an honest question. Besides threats over the Epstein case, okay, assuming that could bring down Donald Trump, then you get J.D. Vance, who is a younger, more disciplined, sharper, and smoother on his feet Donald Trump than Donald Trump is. Then you get J.D. Vance, and then what? Can you imagine that? If the Epstein thing, by next year brought down Trump, and you get 2 years of J.D. Vance, and then he was able to run for the White House for another 2 full terms, you talk about things blowing up in their faces, and they're worried about Zohran Mamdani? Yikes. The version of the 2011 email released by Democrats redacted the name of the victim, but Republicans on the committee later said it was Virginia Giuffre, who accused Epstein of arranging for her to have sexual encounters with a number of his rich and powerful friends. Giuffre, who died earlier this year, sadly I believe she took her own life, had long insisted that Mr. Trump was not among the men who had victimized her. In a court deposition, she said under oath that she did not believe Trump had any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's misconduct with underage girls. All right. And in her recently released memoir, she described meeting Trump only once when she worked as a spa attendant at his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. It did not accuse him of wrongdoing. Now, that doesn't mean he's free and clear of any wrongdoing, but where are we going with this? No, honestly, seriously, with the whole Epstein thing, where are we going with this? And please understand when I say this, I'm not trying to be dismissive of anybody and anyone and all the young women and who knows, men, maybe any of the victims here. I'm not. But here's the problem. If you tease people with this case over and over again, after a while, people are going to, as they should not, after a while, they're going to become numb to it. It's what I say all the time. When everything is sexist, then the real sexist stuff isn't. When everything is racist, when everything is misogynistic, when everything is homophobic, it kind of dulls us to the stuff that we really have to be concerned about. So rather than have a real effective platform with young, dynamic, articulate leaders, the once great, the once magnificent Democratic Party of the United States of America chooses to just do this. And look. Let's not kid ourselves here. Let's not kid ourselves. You know. Now, look, I don't know, but you know. We all know. If Mr. Trump's name is associated with anything, Tawdry, or Bill Clinton for that matter, hey, kind of funny they never mentioned Bill Clinton here. Wink, wink, nod, nod, have a cigar. You know what I mean here. But having said that, you know that there are people in D.C. who know the really bad stuff in these files. And this, again, brings me around to telling you that there are no such things as coincidences. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again until I'm proven wrong. The Epstein files are like nuclear weapons, meaning that you've got two sides who know the destructive power of these things. And just the way there is a theory in nuclear weapons called mutually assured destruction, it's the same thing I am positive with the Epstein files. I'm sure they know what's in those files. Democrats know maybe what Republicans are named in there, or conservatives. Republicans know what progressives or liberal Democrats are named in there. And they kind of look at each other, right? It's kind of like the standoff. You know what I watched the other day? 13 Days, great movie about the Cuban Missile Crisis. One of my favorite movies. Great acting. Bruce Greenwood played the best JFK ever. I know William Devane was good in the Missiles of October. Do yourself a favor. If you haven't watched it or haven't watched it in a few years, 13 Days, great movie. And historically, they bent some of the historical stuff. But having said that, my point is this. In the end, both sides looked at each other. And it was mediated by the UN and the backdoor stuff and whatever. And they backed down because they knew it would end poorly, with millions and millions and millions of people incinerated, killed. I think from a political point of view, from a PR point of view, from a messaging point of view, that both sides know they can only... Now, I may be proven wrong on this, and if I am, I'll say, hallelujah, look at that, I was wrong. But you know what this Epstein stuff? If they keep pushing the Trump name in this, there will be others. You don't think Mr. Clinton's name will come up again here? But again, when one side has nothing left after that ridiculous, moronic, asinine government shutdown, at the end they say, that's it, tap out, and you're winner and still heavyweight champion. I mean, when you don't have anything like that, I guess this is what you do. And it's sad. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Will any newly released documents connected to Jeffrey Epstein eventually damage President Trump? Or is this all much ado about nothing? We continue right here. It's Connecticut Today for a Wednesday.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exit 33 through 35 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it from exit 46 going up to exit 50 in Hampton. Stay left to get through. On 91 southbound side, roadwork from exit 10 to 9. Stay left to get around them. Northbound side, it starts at exit 14. And Route 8 southbound construction, exit 17 down to 13A. Left lane is blocked. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, get a couple of text messages on this. Talk or text, it's the same number. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. One of our listeners here texts in and says something interesting about, this phrase in this email where Jeffrey Epstein apparently said Trump knew about the girls, quote unquote. Somebody here saying, hi, Paul, Epstein could have been mad at Trump. It could be a lie. Maybe. You don't know. You don't know. You just don't know, unless there are corroborating witnesses. Now, something just broke here. Nothing broke. The studio's fine. I'm fine. Will and Paul behind the glass, they're all fine. Nothing shattered. When I mean broke, I mean breaking as in news. It's kind of abstract. You can't fix the news if it breaks with super glue. You know what I mean? Flex seal, the stuff in the can, whatever. We'll have that on the other side. That makes this now kind of interesting. There's a little added, little more of a unique aspect to this. We'll get to that momentarily. But again, what do you think here? And in the wake of the government shutdown ending, now the focus goes to the Epstein files. None of us know what's in there. I mean, really, when you think about it, none of us know. But our question of the day to start it off at facebook.com/voice of CT. Will any newly released documents connected to Jeffrey Epstein eventually damage, politically, President Trump?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Just a few hours from now, the House is expected to vote on a Senate-approved measure to reopen the government. Speaker Mike Johnson pointing the finger at Democrats for prolonging the shutdown, which is in day 43 now.
I just want to apologize to any Americans who are out there who still have flight cancellations or delays today. I want to apologize to the many American families who were made to go hungry over the last several weeks, our troops and other federal employees who are wondering where their next paycheck would come from. All of that's on the Democrats.
Many Democrats, like Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, have already declared their opposition to the bill, which does not include an extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies they were fighting for.
House Democrats are strongly opposed to this partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people.
But despite that, the bill is expected to pass and then head to President Trump's desk for his signature, which he's indicated he will do right away. With the House finally back in session, Democrats released a trove of documents today related to Jeffrey Epstein, including emails claiming President Trump knew about the girls in his sex trafficking ring. The White House pushed back, accusing Dems of selectively leaking emails to create a fake narrative to smear the president. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
Remember that they're friends, essentially dating
dating back to the late 1980s. They were running in the same social circles in New York and Florida, but they broke off their friendship, the president has said, around 2004, more than a decade before Epstein was indicted.
Trump posted about the latest emails on Truth Social, saying the Democrats are bringing up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything to deflect how badly they've done on the shutdown. Cleveland Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz was in court today and pled not guilty to allegations of taking bribes to rig pitches. Correspondent Chanel Call with the latest.
He agreed to wear a monitor for location tracking and also agreed that he is no longer allowed to gamble. Now, just to give you a bit of background here, he and his teammate Emmanuel Clase, they've both been accused of essentially rigging pitches that were thrown during MLB games.
And prosecutors say bettors made hundreds of thousands of dollars because of it. A common virus is triggering lupus in hundreds of thousands of Americans. Here's CBS's Michael Toscano.
Stanford University professor of medicine Bill Robinson says their work shows the root cause of lupus is the Epstein-Barr virus.
95% of us are infected with it.
He says Epstein-Barr triggers immune cells to assault the body's tissues, mostly in women with a genetic predisposition.
On Wall Street this afternoon, the Dow is up 337 points, NASDAQ down 107. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE, 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Chicago Sun-Times has indicated that Bridgeport's chief executive officer of the city's public housing authority, Jillian Baldwin, may move to run Chicago's affordable housing agency. And since then, local officials have commented on the news. Fellow housing commissioner in Bridgeport, Steve Nelson, called her a fixer. Representative Jim Himes has thanked her for her work. Lawmakers in the Connecticut General Assembly are convening a special session in Hartford to vote on a major housing bill that the governor spent months negotiating with municipalities. The bill aims to address an estimated need for 90,000 new affordable housing units in the state. Includes provisions allowing towns to collaborate on growth plans rather than being mandated, and offers grants for constructing new homes, and mandates rent fairness commissions in municipalities with more than 15,000 people. While the bill has bipartisan support, some local officials object, arguing it still erodes locally elected zoning authority. The Shelton Board of Aldermen Ward 3 election has ended in a tie, and there will be a special election as a result, but the date has not been set. There was a recount that only resulted in a change of 3 votes. Election officials reviewed votes on voting machines, absentee ballots, same-day registration votes, and write-ins. In Easton, Connecticut's tight race for first selectman, Republican Dan Lent edged out Democrat Nick D'Addario by just 5 votes after a recount. The race was so close that thousands of ballots were reviewed and new tabulators used to ensure accuracy. State Attorney General William Tong is warning Fairfield-based gun maker Strum, Ruger and Company that it could face legal action. Tong says the possible action would be over a 9mm pistol that can be easily converted into a fully automatic weapon. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route
8 north and southbound, congestion delays both sides going into the Comfortable Bridge. And on 95 northbound, some extra cars through Westport and Fairfield. Same on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf in New Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Ah, yes, and the plot thickens here. Hey, how are you? At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Maybe I am right about the mutually assured destruction aspect of these Epstein files here. This just in. Now, again, we started our number one. You heard it on CBS. It's all over the all news channels here. The release of some emails earlier today by some House Democrats where Jeffrey Epstein years ago said President Trump, quote unquote, knew about the girls, some of them involved in the Jeffrey Epstein thing. Now we get this. And Carolyn Trumbull, hang on, we'll be right with you. But I wanted to get to this. This is from The Hill. As the plot thickens, President Trump and other officials reached out today to key Republicans who have signed on to an effort to force a vote on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files, just hours before the push was set to succeed today. CNN reporting Attorney General Pam Bondi, Deputy AG Todd Blanche, and the FBI Director Kash Patel plan to meet with Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado. She's a Republican. I don't think she's as nuts and crazy as she used to be, but she's still out there a little. Mr. Trump also phoned Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who is an admitted survivor of sexual assault. She missed his call and had been playing phone tag with him as early as today, a source told The Hill, adding that there had not been an outreach from the White House staff. Representative-elect Adelita Grivaglia is set to become the 218th signature on a discharge petition that, follow along now, would force a vote on releasing the files shortly after she was sworn in on Wednesday in about an hour. So it sounds like the White House is pressuring Nancy Mace and maybe Lauren Boebert, of all people, to vote no on this. Yikes. And the plot thickens. Let's go to the phones here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Carol in Trumbull is with us. Carol, good afternoon. How are you? Carol, hang on. There you are. Hi, Carol. How are you? You're on. What's up? How are you?
So don't you just wish that both sides could do the right thing for the American people? And if someone said to me as a Dem, oh, Clinton might be in there, I'd say that's fine. I bet he is in there. And if he is guilty, I hope he goes down. I'm not going to say I don't care if he goes down.
Yeah.
I say I want all of them.
Me too, Carolyn. You've heard me say if it burns down every Republican in Washington, I don't care. I don't.
Well, but I mean, not I don't care, but I do care that justice was served. So I do want all of them.
Exactly.
To go down. Prince Andrew.
Oh my God.
Prince Andrew has lost everything.
Oh
right?
my God. Yeah.
But that's. Excuse me for a second.
No, it's all right. It's okay.
But my point more is that when Trump first came into office,
Yeah.
if you remember, he had those binders on the Epstein file, and
Yeah.
Kat Patel
Yeah.
and Dan Bongino built their following
Yeah.
on the whole. Okay, so why not release it? If people aren't concerned, why not release it?
Well,
and from what I've read
yeah.
over time about Trump and Epstein,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if they had a falling out because things could have happened before.
Well, exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
Epstein's been an evil
Oh,
doer
my God.
for most of his life.
Yeah.
But just going back to the go ahead.
No, I
let's
was
hear
just
it.
going to say, I agree. Again, I think, Carol, my theory is, you may have heard me mention it, I just think there's this kind of wink and a nod agreement. Up until now, what happens in the House, we don't know, but I just have a feeling, and I compare it to nuclear weapons, like, you don't want to go there. Like, we all know what's there. Let's play the game. Let's talk a good deal. But it's kind of, to me, Carol, the theory with nuclear weapons, or what some people say is why they don't admit if we've been visited by aliens. Like, too many people would freak out. You know what I mean? That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are on both sides, Carol. I think there are too many of the rich, and maybe not even politicians. What about captains of industry? What about otherworldly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, he had scientists.
I know.
He had a wide variety of people, and he needed to bring these high-level people into his circle to give him legitimacy. And who knows how it all happened? We don't know, but we know very high-level people from all different industries were there.
Yeah.
But besides the leaking, and honestly, I don't know. I mean, I heard it peripherally.
Yeah.
But going back to the shutdown,
Yeah.
do the Republicans care about extending the subsidies for making health care more affordable? And the answer is no. And the Dems are trying to hold out on that. I prefer that they would have held out longer. But then at the same time, it's really not fair to all those other people. So I think it was so hypocritical of Speaker Johnson to say, oh, and my apologies for all the people. No, because if you just extended the subsidies to Americans who are still supporting Trump, I'm not sure why, because I don't see how the Republicans have their back. I don't see it. Could you help me see it? I don't get it.
What happens, I think the reason that Mr. Trump still has so much support, somebody said this the other day, I think it was Bill Maher. Trump is a master at, and you're seeing a little of this now on the other side with Zohran Mamdani in New York. Trump, now he was never a career politician, but Trump has a good sense, Carol, of what's going to register with people. In other words, and now you even have Democrats say, yeah, the border really killed us in the election. What did he say from day one? I'm locking down the border. I'm shutting the border down.
But then why in May of 2024 did he tell the Republicans not to work on the first bipartisan policy for years? It's always been up to Congress. But yes, I agree with you. The border stunk. But why did Trump say don't do it when they could have at least had something in place? It was politically motivated, and that's not fair to the American people.
The problem with that bill, Carol, if you go back and read it, there were segments of that bill, and not to get really overly wonky here, but there were segments of that bill that, yes, were very good. It said, hey, we need more Border Patrol people, more high-tech people, and stuff like that. But there was also parts of that bill that said that a president could, not must or shall, but could declare a border emergency and shut it down if there was like X amount of thousands of crossings per day for like a 7 or 8 day period. So although it would have allowed a clamping down on the border, as I read the bill, and you can go back and look at it, that was kind of a devil in the details thing, saying, well, it would still allow thousands of people in here, and as long as the cartels kept it below a certain number, you know what I mean, then those triggers really legally could not have been done. Now, having said that, Carol, with all the numbers, Trump said, of course, don't do anything about it, because then we could turn it around on them. So no dummy him.
But there's something called compromise, right?
Well, yeah.
I mean, isn't that what democracy is? Say, hey, take that out of the bill. That's what I think. But
yeah.
I don't see the advantage of holding the Epstein files if Trump is not concerned about himself being in there.
I'm with you.
Why not release them?
I'm with you, Carol.
I don't get it.
I think we all.
Long time.
Yeah, Carol, thank you. I appreciate the call. Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Yeah. But again, Carol, thank you for bringing it up. Again, there was that. Remember that bill? 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and everybody said, "Well, it could have been a compromise." But folks, don't believe me. Go read that bill. And all Trump did when he got back in office, hey, Title 42, that's what it was. Basically, it pretty much clamps down on the border. Whereas that bill would have only allowed that if, it was like an Excel spreadsheet bill. Well, you had to have more than 4,000 crossings for a 7-day period, twice a month. It was like, no. You know what? No, honestly, just shut the border down. Do it the right way. All right, we got a lot more coming up right here. Carol, thank you on WICC.
The floats, the bands, and all those giant balloons. It's the return of the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. Join WICC hosts Melissa Sheketoff, Paul Pacelli, John Kamal, and Chris Williams along the parade route. The parade steps off at noon and travels through the streets of Stamford downtown. The holiday season officially begins with the annual tradition, the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
Want to cut your winter heating costs and keep the savings coming for years? Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Installing a new system can help you save up to $500 on annual energy costs, and you can rely on your local Hoffman Energy team for fast and professional installation. Don't miss this deal for a new heating system. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliopson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Join us for a musical experience like no other. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Horizons of Fire, featuring Maestro Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, November 15th at 7:30 p.m. at the Mertens Theater, University of Bridgeport. Immerse yourself in an intimate setting that brings you close to the fire of the performance. A select group of GBS musicians performing works by Bartok, Villalobos, and more. Tickets $18 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Don't miss this bold new chapter for Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 north and southbound, congestion delays both sides going into the Commodore Hope Bridge, and on 95 northbound, some extra cars through Westport and Fairfield, same on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf in New Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here's the superhero music, right? You see me coming over the mountain, I got my cape. Listen, I'm here to save everybody. Whatever evil entity is over there, I got it. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Carol, thanks for the call. And Carol had said something interesting there. Why does the MAGA base care about Donald Trump and still stick with him, even though there's been a lot of rough going lately? And again, I cite a guy that I actually interviewed once, not on this show, years ago when he was coming to the Oakdale in Wallingford, Bill Maher, who you know is on Real Time on Friday. Fridays on HBO. That I guess is HBO again. They went from HBO to Max. Nobody knew what in the hell Max was. Hey, you think we should go back to HBO? Yeah, why don't we do that? Okay. My check cleared anyway. Bill Maher said that as much as you may dislike Donald Trump, he has a perception quality about him. He works around the edges, meaning he understands how little things can get him votes, right? And he mentioned a couple of things that I remember from the campaign that are not huge, overwhelming policy positions, right? But you sit and you go, yeah, that's a good idea. Remember this one? And I guess this was in the one big beautiful bill. Forgive me, I forgot whether these were actually agreed to or not. Remember the big thing that he kept pushing for like 2 weeks and he got a lot of buzz on this on the media? Remember this? No tax on tips. Now, again, there are deductions there and there are certain levels or whatever, but he went around for about a week at every stop, right? And all you people who work on tips, you're not going to pay taxes on them, right? And that again, that's not a huge chunk of the population, but it's out there. How many of us know servers, bartenders, barkeeps, waiters, waitresses who have that tip jar? All right. Remember the other one he pitched a few months ago? And again, I don't know whether this ever got any traction or not. Remember this one? No federal withholding tax on overtime. Remember that one? Again, not a typical broad brush, broad stroke Washington policy. But again, how many people work overtime hours? And if they heard that, they went, oh, you mean they're not going to tax like those hours are tax-free? Again, not a major, usual, big honkin' D.C. foreign policy thing or not, but it works. The latest one, and I know, and I'm with Bill Maher on this because he said this the other night too. And remember I told you, I couldn't care less about what's happening with the White House construction. I don't care. I don't care. Did I tell you I don't care? I don't care. But when you read about this, and the initial thing on this, as a lot of things are with Donald Trump, the initial thing is, well, what's he doing after the White House for? And then you read deeper and you find out that the White House has a very small capacity for a formal dinner. And you find out that if it's beyond a relatively small amount of people, they do it outside, under tents. What? What is this, a baptism or a bar mitzvah in Shelton? You're outside on somebody's back lawn? It's the freaking White House. Should there not be a ballroom at the White House? Well, all the corporations, yeah, they're paying for it. And you know what? A lot of Americans say, good, let them pay for it. As long as my tax money doesn't go there. You see what I mean here? So, yeah, there are the big things that Trump's made. They love the immigration thing. But it's also the little things. Now, I don't know whether he's coming up with these himself. How about the one he said yesterday? We love our veterans, but we're going to change it. We're going to change the name from Veterans Day to Victory Day. I know, small, nitpicky, a crumb here and a crumb there. But you know what they say, that old phrase, a little in abundance is a lot. News coming up, traffic and weather together, and more right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 north and southbound, congestion delays both sides going into the Comfortable Bridge. And on 95 northbound, some extra cars through Westport and Fairfield. Same on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf in New Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Nancy Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Connecticut lottery tickets make great holiday gifts, but they're not for kids. To celebrate the season and encourage responsible giving, the Connecticut Lottery invites you to share the joy by giving a toy. Now through December 19th, we're collecting new unwrapped toys to benefit the Yale New Haven Hospital Toy Closet program. Donations will help provide each pediatric patient with an age-appropriate gift. For toy suggestions, drop-off locations, or to make a monetary donation, visit ctlottery.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Whether it's morning routines or weekends on the sidelines, when the temperature drops, America brings the heat with Hot Hands. Hot Hands are America's favorite hand, toe, neck, even body warmers to help you stay warm and cozy from head to toe. Hot Hands are fast-acting, long-lasting, and made right here in the USA. Look for the Hot Hands logo and the bright orange packages at your favorite store or online. Keep doing what you love out there with Hot Hands. Warming up America, coast to coast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt reacted to the emails released this morning by the House Oversight Committee that claimed President Trump knew about the girls involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever.
With the House back in session, a vote on releasing the full Epstein files could come in early December. Speaking of votes, later today, the House takes up the Senate-passed measure to end the government shutdown. But even if it reopens right away, air travel may not be back to normal. This traveler at LAX says safety first.
I think they're prioritizing safety over convenience. I'll take a canceled flight over a crashed flight.
FBI Director Kash Patel says the president shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl.
I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Today, during the first day of the special legislative session in Hartford, the Republican state minority strongly opposed the major bills. One prominent speaker was Monroe's state representative, Tony Scott. Among the chief concerns are effects on local tax rates and changing zoning regulations. Connecticut Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro told the majority GOP House Rules Committee that she opposes a bill that would end the record-breaking government shutdown, largely because it does not address the health care crisis.
Healthcare costs are still poised to double or even triple for some folks practically overnight.
A final vote on the House bill is expected to happen before the end of the day. The Connecticut ACLU is demanding that cities and towns stop using automatic license plate readers. The organization is calling for a pause on the use of these devices by police departments over allegations that personal data is being misused. State ACLU Director Dave McGuire says people should be able to drive to work, school, or the store without ending up in a government database. McGuire says the use of the devices should be paused until laws are passed to prevent misuse of collected data. A deposition by longtime Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA, Commissioner Michael Caron has revealed deep internal conflict at the agency during former chairwoman Marissa Gillette's tenure, including claims that he and other commissioners were excluded from key decisions and staff access. Caron testified that Gillette centralized control, limited transparency, and used auto-delete on text messages that later became controversial, prompting him to raise concerns directly with Governor Ned Lamont's office. Meanwhile, tensions persist at PURA as its general counsel, Scott Muska, has threatened a defamation lawsuit against a colleague and two commissioners over internal disputes and accusations of misconduct related to public records handling. A recount in Monroe's town council race ended in another tie between incumbent Democrats Denise Perisco and Kathy Kohult. Although the tie would have required a special election, Persico has withdrawn, allowing Kohut to take the final council seat. Persico cited respect for Kohut's work and dedication to the town, while local Democratic leaders praised her professionalism and service to the community. The results of a new survey from the nonprofit Data Haven reveals new information on the status of SNAP recipients in Connecticut. One major takeaway is that a quarter of Connecticut households have used the program at some point and want the program strengthened. Half of respondents to the survey said that they had used SNAP programs in the last 30 days. Governor Ned Lamont this morning signed a declaration allowing the Connecticut General Assembly to create an emergency state response reserve to offset federal cuts to health and human services programs made by President Trump and congressional Republicans. The reserve would help fund essential programs during federal budget instability or shutdown. Lamont said the measure ensures Connecticut can protect its most vulnerable residents amid ongoing and potential future federal funding disruptions. The Chicago Sun-Times has indicated that Bridgeport's chief executive officer of the city's public housing authority, Jillian Baldwin, may move to run Chicago's affordable housing agency, and since then, local officials have commented on the news. Fellow housing commissioner Steve Nelson called her a fixer. Representative Jim Hines has thanked her for her work. Lawmakers in the Connecticut General Assembly are convening today for a special session in Hartford. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 north and southbound, congestion delays both sides going into the Comfortable Bridge, and on 95 northbound, some extra cars through Westport and Fairfield, same on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf in New Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203. 333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, I want to shift gears here. We can go back to the Trump thing also momentarily. I guess there's more news about this. Now, I know I have a lot of gun owners, legal gun owners, maybe some illegal gun owners, maybe some outright criminals out there who listen to the show. And I need to ask you something. And when it comes to guns, I defer to people who actually legally own them, right? And legally use them. To straighten me out on something here. What is your opinion as to what the Attorney General, Mr. Tong, is saying here and or threatening here regarding Sturm Ruger? Now, our Attorney General is putting Sturm Ruger on notice, he says, because one of their guns, apparently, and again, I'm not a gun owner. I've dry fired a few guns in the past. I have never fired a live round of ammunition. I have friends of mine who own numerous guns. They hunt. They go sport shooting on the weekend. You know, whatever. Clays, pigeons, target shooting. You know, I have friends of mine who like their guns. And no, they're not right-wing gun nuts. They're doctors, lawyers, whatever. But they like guns. They're allowed to. They're not thugs, goons, or criminals. But Mr. Tong, Mr. William Tong, our Attorney General, one of my favorites in Hartford, yeah. He is again issuing a warning. Now, I don't quite get this. I do get what he's saying. But if something is illegally modified, is it the fault of the gun manufacturer that happens? Is the inference here from William Tong to Sturm Ruger that they're kind of doing this with a wink and a nod, knowing that their gun is a favorite among, again, gangbangers, thugs, criminals, and not law-abiding citizens? William Tong says Sturm Ruger's RXM pistol can be easily converted into a fully automatic weapon, sometimes as fast or faster than those used by the military. Ruger is on notice, Tong said. The RXM pistol can be easily converted to an illegal, lethal, fully automatic weapon. They can modify their product to be safer, or they can continue to profit from crime and violence and answer to a lawsuit. So I guess the allegation here made by the Attorney General is that Sturm Ruger wants to cater to criminals. Is that what he's saying? I don't know here. I don't trust a thing this guy says about guns. I don't. I just don't. You folks out there, I know I have a lot of gun owners out there. I know I have a lot of sports shooters out there. I may have some hardened criminals out there who listen to this show. Maybe you're listening to me from one of the many correctional facilities we have here in the People's Republic of Connecticut. Whatever. I don't trust any politician when it comes to guns. I don't. I just don't. Because they pander. I trust you, the legal, a.k.a. non-criminal gun user here. You tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The Sturm Ruger RXM, R as in red, X as in X-ray, M as in Mary. The Sturm Ruger RXM pistol. How easy is it to convert this thing? Now, again, a lot of people are, saying Tong is right on this. Some are saying Tong is wrong. There are some people saying, hey, as long as the gun is not used by criminals and is used by law-abiding citizens, that should be the only issue here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you tell me, I don't believe any politician, especially in Connecticut, when it comes to guns. We'll do that. We'll come back right here, coming up on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes. Stamford to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Further ahead, just some extra cars on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound accident reported near exit 11. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Sturm Ruger, firearm manufacturer, one of the few still in Connecticut, in Westport, Southport area, being threatened now by the Attorney General, William Tong, who is threatening a lawsuit. He's telling Sturm to change the design of what's called the RXM, which is a modular firearm, meaning it's highly customizable. I know gun owners who like that. That's why the AR-15 is so popular, because you can customize it with different sights, different magazines, whatever. And look, I don't trust any politician in this state when they talk about guns. I'm not saying William Tong is not right, but when you trust a blue state politician about guns, no, not happening. Wasn't going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. So I ask you, the gun enthusiast, the gun owner, help me out here. Maybe you say Mr. Tong is right, and Sturm needs to tighten this up. Apparently, This may be the gun of choice for gangbangers and thugs. You know, criminals. Yeah. My God, a criminal is illegally modifying a gun. I'm shocked. The next thing you're going to tell me is criminals carjack people. Oh, yeah. And I'm sure if they change the design of this gun, it'll save humanity. I don't know. Let me go to people here who may be smarter than me. Let's start off with Bob in Stratford. Bob, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
How you doing, Paul?
Okay. What's up? Help me out on this.
I'll help you out. If William Tong thinks he can convert one of these guns rapidly, I want to see him do it on Channel 8 and Channel 3, live TV in front of the whole state. And if he can't do it, then I want him deported back to China.
I don't think we have to go. But Bob, so do you know about this gun? I'm looking at one. Okay, so tell me why is this not among law-abiding folks, Bob, like you, but is it that easy to turn this into an automatic or not?
No, it is not. No, it is not. And any gunsmith would tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Glock pistol was a different story. That was convertible.
Okay.
But the Ruger is not. Nope.
So
it's going to take a good machinist to do it. We'll put it that way.
So what do you do? I know, does this have to do with, people have told me sometimes there's a firing pin or a mechanism or a spring in there. Is that what somebody, would they need real skill, Bob, to do this?
Yes, because there's what they call a sear pin in their assembly.
Yeah.
And it's got to be totally modified. It's not a simple, piece you can make and just stick in there. But
okay.
even the AR-15s, to convert one to fully automatic, it's not just change the trigger out. You actually have to modify the housing and everything else, and you need a machine shop to do stuff like that.
Okay, but I guess, Bob, I guess there could be some unscrupulous people who will do this, right? I mean, there might be guys and gals who do this, right?
There could be, but I doubt there's any machinists out there that would,
Okay. Bob, thank you.
Let me put it this way: you got to be a tool and die maker to do it.
Okay, so it does. It's not like it's not just an easy thing to do. Okay.
No, it's not somebody in their garage can do.
All right.
No way.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Let's go to Zach in Fairfield. Can help us out here. Hey, Zach, how are you? What's going on? Hey, I'll tell you what. Hold on, Zach. Hold on a second. Okay, I got you, Zach. Paul, thank you, because I think my call screener just crashed here. Not the guy, the screener, the software. But I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you. Help me out. Help me out on this Ruger RXM. Does William Tong have a point here or not?
So he kind of has a point. I'm a big-time gun owner. I own a lot of guns, and so this is coming down from what's happening in California with the big-time Glock ban.
Okay.
So this new Ruger pistol, which comes out, which I happen to own, uses a Glock. Can take a Glock Gen 3 slide.
Okay.
And the reason behind the big Glock ban right now is because you're seeing a lot of these Glock switches that are coming out of China and other countries that are very easy to put on the back of the Glocks. And essentially, Tong is trying to prevent these Rugers can take these Glock switches, I think is his idea, which I'm sure they can. But it's yet to be seen. And I think he's trying to get ahead on people converting the Rugers into the machine guns.
So is there something, and I'm looking at it here, in fact, on the website, Zach, I'm looking at here, they do say the RXM is a modular twist on the Glock legacy. So I understand what you're saying. So let me ask you this, and thankfully you called because you know a world more about this than I do. So what if they forced Ruger here, Zach, to change the design? Could they do it easily? Are they being too lax on this, or what do you think?
I think they would have to essentially go after them kind of the same way that the state of California is going after Glock, which is going to cause Glock to change all of their models and make them, what they're claiming impossible to modify into a machine gun. I mean, my thought is if somebody wants a machine gun, they're going to figure out a way to do it. And, going after Ruger, like you said earlier, one of the last gun companies in the state of Connecticut is a very silly idea. You're just going to push them out.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, how complicated do you think, Zach, as a guy who obviously, you know what you're talking about here, if they told Ruger, hey, last chance, you're going to get dumped on with a lawsuit here unless you change this gun, is it a huge modification for the gun to do this or not? What do you think?
If I had a Glock switch, which owning a Glock switch is completely illegal to begin with, it would take me all of 5 minutes to turn it into a machine gun.
Wow.
I mean, if Ruger had to go and redesign their gun, I mean, you're probably talking a couple of years for them to redesign it.
Excellent. Hey, Zach, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Good to have people like you on who can straighten me out on this. Thanks, Zach in Fairfield. All right, folks, what do you think? Gun owners there? Gun owners, gun enthusiasts? Yeah, I'm glad you folks are heeding my request here. And it's interesting now. We had a couple of calls. One who said, well, this is not an easy thing to do. Now, if you found somebody with tool and die experience, who could use this high-tech equipment, these lathes or whatever, to do this stuff. And we just had a call who said, well, Sturm could probably make this gun safer, but how many years are you talking here? Interesting. So once again, William Tong saying, our Attorney General saying, hey, he hasn't sued Sturm yet, but he's telling him, hey, change the design here. And I've always wondered, and as our last caller said, yeah, you can make things harder, but is there... Why should the burden fall on a law-abiding company to do something like this? I don't know. Now, he would probably have to prove in court in some way that they were really negligent here. So I don't know. Toward the top of the hour, Terrence is here. Terrence, how are you? What's up? Hello, Terrence.
Hi,
hey, what's up?
Hello. I just had a question, which was, do you know if WTNH News 8 is going to come back on WICC?
I don't know. I'd have to check that out. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bob in Weston's here. Bob, how are you, sir? Hello, Bob. What's up?
Paul?
Yeah, hey, what's up?
Hey, are we live?
Yes, we are, sir. What's going on?
Sorry. I just wanted to weigh in on the gun
sure.
thing. Yeah. I think they have to make more penalties for the bad guys.
Interesting,
and, let's go from that point of view because any gun can be modified. When I took the family out west, and we did the Grand Canyon and the other things, there was a place there. It was a gun shop, but they had all these automatic weapons and different ones, like a Glock pistol that could fire 30 rounds, rapid fire.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, why do we need all this? I mean, okay, it was the thrill of, I guess, firing the big mags, the big, whatever. And, but again, to the point, we have to get the legislators on board to go after the bad guys and make the penalties. And but the original question was, can they be I don't think even if they make them safe, they're going to find ways to get around it.
Yeah, and to your point, and Bob, thank you, appreciate it. To your point, criminals are going to criminal. Criminals are criminals because they're criminals. And any gun you produce, but I get Mr. Tong's point here to a point. Does that make sense? I get Tong's point to a point? Yeah. I guess the more difficult you make it, maybe you save lives. I don't know. But then again, to Bob's point, our last caller, wait a minute. In an ideal society, you should be able to make any gun the way you want and have it lie within certain standards and not have to worry about a crook. That is something you shouldn't have to worry about. Traffic and weather together right here on a midweek Wednesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes. Stanford to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Further ahead, just some extra cars on both sides through West Haven and Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound accident reported near exit 11. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, real quick here before news at the top of the hour. Kevin in Shelton. Kevin, you got about a minute. What do you got, pal?
Hey, Paul, good to talk to you. I've been a toolmaker 35 plus years. People have asked me, can you modify this? Yes, I can. Will I? No.
Good for you.
But then once they find out it's illegal, they change their mind. I just want to know one thing, Paul.
Yeah.
How many of all these mass murderers and things like that have used these modifications to commit these crimes? What are we talking?
So
Let's be real.
yeah, and so Kevin, you is it a lot of people, a few people, and then when you tell
no, but I'll be honest, people. It's like owning a Corvette. I want something different. I want something.
Yeah.
Flashy. Then when they find out they can get arrested and thrown in jail, oh crap! I don't want to do that.
Not going to do that. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. And Kevin said something that I thought of. Bob and Weston earlier said, why do people want these big magazines, whatever, if they're not criminals? Well, Kevin connected. It's like horsepower, right? You have 300 horsepower, yeah, but why can't I have 400, right?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. While President Trump has said he was friends at one time with Jeffrey Epstein, he has maintained he had no knowledge about his sex trafficking ring. CBS's Linda Kenyon at the White House with details on new emails released today that claim to paint a different picture.
The Jeffrey Epstein emails released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee include one that says Donald Trump spent hours at Epstein's house and that he, quote, knew about the girls. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt fired back.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Secretary Leavitt said President Trump repeatedly denounced Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep.
With the House back in session, a Democrat from Arizona is about to get sworn in. Nancy Cordes with the significance.
Adelita Grijalva, who was elected weeks ago in a special election in Arizona, is finally being sworn in. She will be that crucial 218th signature to force a vote that would then force the Justice Department to release the Epstein files.
And that could happen early next month. Now, after Grijalva is sworn in today, that's when the House will begin the whole process to get to a vote on the funding package. If it passes, that means the government reopens and federal employees will get back to work. But that doesn't necessarily mean air travel will bounce back so fast. Correspondent Carter Evans is in Los Angeles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has said he's not just going to all of a sudden ramp everything back up to full speed. He wants to make sure that those air traffic control towers are fully staffed to be able to handle the number of passengers so that they're not under the pressure that they have been in that caused this whole situation.
FBI Director Kash Patel says the administration is shutting off the pipeline that creates fentanyl.
I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors.
Those are the chemicals used to make the deadly drug. Uber's rolling out a new safety feature that allows women to request a woman driver. The move's in response to a number of complaints against the rideshare company. Technology contributor Ian Schur.
The issue is so pervasive that Uber told a court it received reports of sexual assault or misconduct in the United States every 8 minutes on average between 2017 and 2022, according to a New York Times report.
And that new feature is rolling out today in more than 30 cities. Taking a peek on Wall Street, the Dow in the green up 326 points, NASDAQ down 62, S&P up 4. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This morning in Bridgeport, 5 adults and 2 children were displaced by a 3-alarm fire. The fire occurred around Cleveland Ave, but thankfully no one was hurt. The Shelton Board of Aldermen Ward 3 election has ended up in a tie after a recount, and there will be a special election as a result, but the date has not been set. The recount only resulted in a change of 3 votes. Election officials reviewed votes from voting machines, absentee ballots, same-day registration votes, and write-ins. In Easton, Connecticut's tight race for first selectman, Republican Dan Lent edged out Democrat Nick D'Addario by just 5 votes after a recount. The race was so close that thousands of ballots were reviewed and new tabulators were used to ensure accuracy. State Attorney General William Tong is warning Fairfield-based gun maker Shroom, Ruger and Company that it could face legal action. Tong says the possible action would be over a 9mm pistol that can be easily converted into a fully automatic weapon. He says Ruger's pursuit of profits over safety may be a violation of the State Firearms Industry Responsibility Act and the Unfair Trade Practices Act. Ruger has issued a statement saying it has a long history of corporate responsibility and criticizing Tong for issuing a press release and not calling them first. At the At the first day of the special session in Hartford, the Republican state minority strongly opposed the major bills. One prominent speaker was Monroe's state representative, Tony Scott. Among the chief concerns are effects on local taxes and changing of zoning regulations. Connecticut Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro told the majority GOP House Rules Committee that she opposes a bill that would end the record-breaking government shutdown, largely because it does not address the health care crisis.
Healthcare costs are still poised to double or even triple for some folks practically overnight.
A final vote in the House is expected before the end of today. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident approaching exit 11 has things backing up into Trumbull on the Wilbur Cross. Route 15 northbound and accident exit 46 at the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up towards Route 34. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 40 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. Traffic reports powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, looking for help here for a few more minutes from my fine folks out there, the men and women that own guns legally, that aren't gangbangers, that aren't whacking people. You know, those of you who use your guns for hunting or for sport. You don't carjack people. You don't knock off bodegas or convenience stores. So you tell me, regarding what Mr. Tong is saying, our Attorney General. You heard Paul Goodman there in the news at the top of the hour. Mr. Tong is threatening legal action against Sturm Ruger, a Fairfield County-based gun manufacturer, saying that the RXM handgun, which I guess is an homage to the Glock, is too easily modifiable. Is that a word? Did I just create a word there? Or shall we say can be modified too easily to become a fully automatic weapon. Now, understand something. A manual firearm is one where you squeeze off one round and then you have to reload it. A semi-automatic weapon means it, and that's what a usual handgun is, or an AR-15. It is one pull, one shot. Pull, shot, pull, shot, pull, shot. A fully automatic weapon is when you can just hold the trigger down and a stream of bullets or rounds fly out, much like a machine gun. And what some, again, these are criminals doing this, not law-abiding citizens. These are criminals doing this, gangbangers, gang rivals, people who would do you harm. They either themselves make these modifications, or they get someone else to do it. And we know that that's not law abiding. So, what are your thoughts on? I was just talking to somebody here at Connoisseur, and it is an interesting conundrum here. Like, as a manufacturer, if my firearm is meeting all standards here set by the federal government, and there are people doing something to modify it, and a lawmaker says, well, it's too easy to do that, should I cower in fear, or should I just tell that lawmaker, well, wait a minute, I'm meeting all required laws. Go after the criminal. It's an odd society we live in. Let's go to John in Shelton. Maybe he can help us out here. John, how are you? Good afternoon. What's up?
Hey, Paul. Hey, it's simple. Are they following the rules?
You mean
they are?
Yes,
The
Sturm
company.
Ruger. Yeah.
Yeah, they're following the rules. So if you read in the tongues like his swearing in or whatever, he has a duty to protect the people from danger, blah, 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 consumer products. But this is a simple phone call to the company, but it's just grandstanding. He's got to justify what he's doing because there's nothing else going on right now that he can stick his nose in. And also, you had a lot of good machinists and smart guys on. Hey, Paul, remember the days when they want to do the emissions on the cars?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, you had some good mechanics that would just finagle it. Right?
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, hey, John, can you help me get past the emissions test? That's all I need, right? Right?
Yeah, and they had the car behind the garage. They'd wheel it in and start that baby up, and they'd give you a sticker, and you'd leave.
John, are you saying illegality happened, John? Come on.
Oh, my God. No.
My God, no.
Anyway.
All right, John.
But, hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Any good machinist can manufacture anything, regardless of it's guns or not. They do it every day in this world.
Well, you know what, John, though? Then I'm sure Mr. Tong would say to you, John, in Shelton, I guess this is part of his contention here, that he may say, well, John, I understand that, but this gun makes it too easy to do that. Now, what do you think the response should that be? Should Sturm have to redesign the whole thing or what?
No, I think it's a thing where they're going after the whole gun market. And one of your callers called before, it's called an auto sear.
Yeah.
And it's part of the firing mechanism, the firing pin. It's an auto sear. And you can order them online from China, wherever else you want to get them.
Yeah.
You can adapt a gun with a guy with some know-how of machines and turning, metal and stuff. It can be done. So this is just fodder. It's just fodder.
Right.
And thank God he's doing it because you might have to be shut down then.
Yeah. John,
I'm only kidding.
I agree with you, John. Thank you. Yeah, I stopped doing that illegal machining stuff years ago. Oh, man. See, I can count on my gun owners out there. See, all I have to say is help me out here. And the legal, the law-abiding, the non-gang-banging gun owners help me out. They always do. All right. Going to take a break here. And the PURA, the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, just when you thought we were finally straightening out PURA, everything was going to be kumbaya, hot tea and biscuits. Everybody was going to love each other. Avangrid, UI, Aquarian, Eversource, all the new commissioners. And you thought finally we knew all about the alleged backroom stuff that was going on with PURA. Our next guest says, oh, wait a minute, not so fast. Mark Fitch is up from the Inside Investigator folks. He's coming up right after this.
As the holiday season nears, families who are hungry and struggling need our help now more than ever. And that's why we're asking for your help to feed neighbors in need at the WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive all day Thursday, November 20th. We're collecting non-perishable food items, canned goods, and cash at Palmer's Market in Darien. Every donation goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission and the Food Bank of Lower Fairfield County. The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, presented by East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service, because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales, like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident approaching exit 11 has things backing up into Trumbull. On the Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, an accident exit 46 at the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up towards Route 34. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 40 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. Traffic reports powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, on this program, on Lisa Wexler's show, on Melissa in the Morning, on the download with John and Chris, you keep hearing the term PURA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. They have a new leader. They have a full complement of commissioners now. Things got very testy under the previous leader, Marissa Gillette. The board wasn't full. There was constant finger pointing. There's still court action to be decided. And now we get this twist, and a lot of people are going to read what my next guest reported and say, see, we told you so. Check it out at the InsideInvestigator.com, InsideInvestigator.org, I should say, InsideInvestigator.org. Lamont knew Pura chair was freezing out other commissioners. And my buddy, my pal, Mark Fitch is here. Mark, you have done so much reporting on this. I hear Netflix wants it for a mini-series now. Is that possible, Mark? Do we have a mini-series enough worth of material here?
Hey, sign me up. I'd be happy to do that.
Executive producer Mark Fitch.
Yeah, I got to get something out of all this work, right?
Yeah, Mark, you have followed this for years and years, and Mark, you have said this on this program, other shows here, that there were allegations that former Pura chair, Marissa Gillette was, not running this. People were saying in the way it should be run, and now what do we have here in your latest reporting?
Well, basically, there was a deposition done of Commissioner Michael Caron, who won't be commissioner for much longer. And in that deposition, he recounted going directly to Governor Lamont and saying, listen, this is what she's doing. We don't have access to staff. This is a problem. And Lamont ignored it. And this is one of the he walked into this scandal eyes wide open. It's one of the great unforced errors of his administration.
Yeah.
Because he was told that this was happening. He knew that Gillette was signing off on these substantive motions without taking an actual vote of the commissioners, because Eversource forced a vote when it came to some EV stuff that I wrote about a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they were aware that all this was going on. And then Lamont goes ahead and nominates her to be reappointed as chair. And, she goes up there and says that, no, I don't have a policy where, staff have to go through me commissioners have to go through me to access the staff. We now know that wasn't true. It's Michael Caron, discussed it in his deposition. We had, they found the FOI, the files, and finally got the email that they were told didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this has been a long, ongoing thing. And now that Gillette's gone, the state through the Attorney General's office is, throwing her under the bus every chance they get, trying to say, hey, we don't need to do this anymore. We don't need to do this. But you have to find out what happened, because the way this authority conducted itself during these past 5 years, I mean, you could see some big changes, some big problems, because decisions were made improperly and by people who perhaps should not have been making those decisions. And that's what the utility companies are trying to force the court to, or get the court to acknowledge. And that's what the state through the Attorney General's office is trying to stop. They don't want anything else coming out. We know that Pura withheld, documents from discovery. That's made its way out into the public.
Mm-hmm.
The judge knows about that.
Yeah.
So what else is going on here? And like I said, it's one of these things where the governor, for whatever reason, just walked right into this one.
Mark Fitch is the guest. InsideInvestigator.org is the site. His latest piece, Lamont knew Pura chair was freezing out other commissioners. And Mark, you and I have tossed this around before. And I know this is speculating, and we may never know, but Ned Lamont, for whatever criticism he takes, and I think he's a pretty good governor, good moderate Democrat on most things, especially fiscally. Sure. But the guy is not a dummy. You don't get to be worth what he and Annie Lamont are worth being stupid. So, again, I would just wonder out loud here, Mark, was it a case of, listen, I'm going to reappoint her because if I don't, I'll catch heck from the left end of my party because she is seen as some white knight against the utility companies, even though they say this is the worst state of all to deal with. And if she gets caught, she's disposable. Because like you, I still can't figure this out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough. Lamont has shown, loyalty to a fault when it comes to, several, instances, in his administration. And Yeah, I mean, there could have been pressure from the left. There could have been pressure from, she was obviously very close with the heads of the Energy and Technology Committee, Senator Norm Needleman and Representative Steinberg.
Steinberg, yeah.
And another part of that deposition is Michael Caron believed that Gillette helped them write that op-ed that is in question. He basically said that they wouldn't have had the knowledge and information to write what was in that op-ed without her help. So that, obviously his opinion, but yeah, there were some pressures there, and like she was brought in, and it was kind of thought of as this big turnaround. Like now we're going to stick it to the utilities, and
yeah.
I guess she kind of did, but in the end, it's all blowing up because some of these decisions might, you could be talking reversal if these decisions were reached improperly. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just you saw this coming from a mile away, or at least you should have seen it coming from a mile away. Mark, before we even got to a lawsuit. But here we are.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. Great stuff. Mark Fitch, InsideInvestigator.org. Lamont knew Pura Chair was freezing out other commissioners. Hey, Mark, great stuff as always. Thanks. We appreciate it. Take care, and we'll be in touch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, folks, there you go. Right? And again, I have no personal animus against Ms. Gillette. But Marissa Gillette, she was brought in by the Democrats and the left in Hartford as some sort of crusading angel against Pura and UI and Avangrid. And you had people screaming on the mountaintops saying she is not running this agency properly and she's not taking input from us, and she allegedly colluded with lawmakers on op-eds, which she's not supposed to do. And finally, after it was poo-pooed by the establishment Democrats in Hartford, finally, people like Mark Fitch at the Inside Investigator, Kevin Rennie at the Hartford Courant, good reporters are finally unveiling all the slop and the sleaze behind this. We continue on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident approaching exit 11 has things backing up into Trumbull. On the Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, an accident exit 46 at the West Rock Tunnel has things backing up towards Route 34. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 40 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. Traffic reports powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Richfield Playhouse. December 5th, it's Don McLean.
We were singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie.
Don McLean's Starry Starry Christmas, a night of hits and holiday favorites. December 20th, it's one of pop's most beloved voices, Susanna Hoffs. December 21st, it's Rockabilly Christmas with Jason D. Williams. Don McLean, Susanna Hoffs, and Rockabilly Christmas. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at richfieldplayhouse.org.
For the best FCAC high school football coverage, tune in to the Rudin Report Sunday Morning Quarterback. 11 a.m. every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Sunday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries opposes the Senate bill to reopen the government because it doesn't include an extension of ACA tax credits. He says that means health insurance will skyrocket.
In some cases, experiencing increases of $1,000 or $2,000 per year. This is unsustainable, unacceptable, and it's un-American.
If the government does reopen this evening, it still may take some time to get flights back to normal. Some perspective from this man at LAX.
If it gets canceled, it gets canceled. There's an old saying, a good landing is one everyone walks away from, and a great landing is when you can use the plane again.
The White House pushing back on emails released today, claiming the president knew some of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. CBS's Scott McFarland.
They weren't saying that the emails were false. They weren't saying that they were fabricated. In their criticism, they're saying that they were selectively redacted to avoid the name of a known Epstein victim.
CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stamford police this afternoon have identified a pedestrian who was killed on Saturday night as Nellie Ruse. She was killed by a driver while crossing High Ridge Road Saturday night. A recount in Monroe's town council race ended in another tie between incumbent Democrats Janice Persico and Kathy Kohut. Although the tie would have required a special election, Persico has withdrawn, allowing Kohut to take the final council seat. Persico cited respect for Kohut's work and dedication to the town, while local Democratic leaders praised her professionalism and service to the community. The Connecticut ACLU is demanding that cities and towns stop using automatic license plate readers. The organization is calling for a pause of the use of these devices by police departments over allegations that personal data is being misused. State ACLU Director David McGuire says police should be able to drive to work, school, or to the store without ending up in a government database. McGuire says the use of the devices should be paused until laws are passed to prevent misuse of collected data. A deposition by longtime Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA, Commissioner Michael Caron has revealed deep internal conflict at the agency during former Chairwoman Marissa Gillette's tenure, including claims that he and other commissioners were excluded from key decisions and staff access. Caron testified that Gillette centralized control, limited transparency, and used auto-delete on text messages that later became controversial, prompting him to raise concerns directly with Governor Lamont. Meanwhile, tensions persist as PURA, as its general counsel, Scott Muska, has threatened a defamation lawsuit against a colleague and two commissioners over internal disputes and accusations of misconduct related to public records handling. The results of a new study from the nonprofit Data Haven reveals new information on the status of SNAP recipients in Connecticut. One major takeaway is that a quarter of Connecticut's households have used the program at some point and want the program strengthened. Half of respondents to the survey said they used the SNAP program in the last 30 days. Governor Ned Lamont this morning signed a declaration allowing the Connecticut General Assembly to create an emergency state response reserve to offset federal cuts to health and human services programs made by President Trump and congressional Republicans. The reserve would help fund essential programs during federal budget instability or shutdowns. Lamont said that the measure ensures Connecticut can protect its most vulnerable residents and amid ongoing and potential future federal funding disruptions. The Chicago Sun-Times has indicated that Bridgeport's chief executive officer of the city's public housing authority, Jillian Baldwin, may move to run Chicago's affordable housing agency, and since then, local officials in Bridgeport have commented on this news. Fellow Housing Commissioner Steve Nelson called her a fixer. Representative Jim Hines has thanked her for her work. This morning in Bridgeport, 5 adults and 2 children were displaced by a 3-alarm fire. The fire occurred around Cleveland Avenue, but no one was hurt. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident near exit 11 has things backed up almost to the Merritt Parkway ramps now. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, the Parkway is still the way to go. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people, and by the way, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of folks may be sitting there going, pure this, pure that. What's that about? Paul had it on his news. We had it here with Mark Fitch. No, you have to understand something. Part of the reason there is such a contentious relationship between Avangrid, that's UI's parent company, and Eversource, is because of the structure of our utility regulations. And Marissa Gillette was brought on back in 2018 or 2019 to run PURA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. And any time a utility wants to, submit a rate increase, they've got to go through PURA. And PURA either votes to give them nothing or give them the whole increase or a part of it. And she was perceived almost from the get-go as being inflexible. And the utilities took the position, and I know it's easy to hate the utility companies. I understand that. I get it. And I know a lot of you hate me because I live in Wallingford, and we have the lowest electric rates in the state. But having said that, seriously, the utilities are a commercial business. They're not charities. They have to turn a profit. Doesn't mean you have to like them or like the companies. But if they constantly finish in the red, they won't survive. Now, again, PURA is there to determine they're an arbiter in the end. They determine what they think they will allow as far as a rate increase. Now, do the utility companies submit an increase request to PURA knowing they're not going to get the whole thing? Of course they do. What's the whole thing with negotiating? You are not going to get probably what you want, so you in order to get the most, you go in high. Although that burned a friend of mine in radio once. He thought he went for a job that he thought wasn't going to pay well, and he asked for I didn't actually it kind of burned him because he got rather quickly to the point of salary with the boss, his eventual boss. And his eventual boss said, well, what are you looking for a salary? And he said, well, X thousand. So he looked at thinking that this was going to be, well, I can't pay you that. How about this? And he said, literally, this guy that he was negotiating with, literally, there was 2 people in the meeting, him and his assistant. They looked at each other and they went, okay, that we can do that, thanks. And my friend said half of him was saying, wow, that's great. And the other angel or the devil on the other part of his shoulder was saying, you moron. You should have went even higher. But he said the reason you didn't go higher is he didn't want to get thrown out of the office and say, get the hell out of here. Don't come here. But you see what I'm saying. So, yes, the utility companies are not angels. We understand it. They're hardworking people with the bucket trucks and the linesmen and the engineers and everything. But they're there to make a profit. They have shareholders. It's not a charity. But the problem with Marissa Gillette and Pura, and under the tutelage of, we got to be fair to this, Governor Lamont, is that they ran the thing. The governor allowed it to be run as a fiefdom, as a kingdom, as a queendom. And how many times on this show and on other shows like it around the state did we openly wonder, why doesn't Pura have the 5 commissioners it's supposed to have? Why are there only 3? And why is everybody so constantly pissed off at Marissa Gillette? And now we find out. And there were allegations primarily coming from the conservative outlets in the state saying, hey, there's a reason why the utility companies don't get along with Connecticut. They get along with about every other state. There's a better give and take, and now we allegedly find out. And everybody in Hartford was, oh, Marissa Gillette, oh, she's so great. Turns out she had a phone that was eating text messages, allegedly. There's a shock, huh? And shame on Governor Lamont for letting it go as long as he did. Apparently now, with Kevin Rennie's reporting and with Mark Fitch's reporting, when everybody knew what was going on. This is what gets people upset. Now, are the Republicans going to use that against Lamont in the campaign? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. Because you mentioned Pura, and most people think, oh, Pura, pureed. Yeah, I like pureed peaches. Oh, my God. All right, we continue straight ahead. A lot more coming up here on, midday Wednesday on WICC. Straight ahead.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets finished mixed this Wednesday. The Dow, though, was able to close above 48,000 for the first time in its history. The S&P seeing modest gains, the NASDAQ down around 60. The pullback by the NASDAQ reflecting some valuation concerns from investors, even despite a surge in shares of AMD. That stock climbed after the company's CEO said that annual revenue growth would average more than 35% over the next 3 to 5 years. Traders keeping an eye on Washington, D.C., where the House is getting ready to vote on a bill to end the longest government shutdown in history. The Senate voted Monday to approve the bill extending funding until January 30th, and the House is set to vote later this evening. Well, a new report from the National Association of Realtors shows that there's a young homebuyer crisis in the country. The typical age of first-time buyers hitting an all-time high of 40 years old. And tech giant Google continues to recover from a major outage today, which locked users out of their private data. The company said, though, service was restored to most regions within 2 hours.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident near exit 11 has things backed up almost to the Merritt Parkway ramps now. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, the Parkway is still the way to go. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And again, just to wrap up this whole Pura thing, utility companies won't do work in a state like Connecticut unless they can project how much revenue they're going to make during the work process. And utility companies are rated, R-A-T-E-D. They are rated by the big investment houses saying, hey, if we lend money to Avangrid, the parent company of UI, or if we lend money to Eversource because they want to do this big infrastructure improvement up there in Connecticut, what are the odds we're going to get paid back in full, and how long is that going to take? So the actions of Pura and the past Pura chair Marissa Gillette and anybody in the future too, that directly impacts how much work gets done on the power lines and on the gas mains and people like and items like that here in Connecticut. So you have UI and you have Avangrid, their parent company, and Eversource saying, well, we want to do all this infrastructure work because the grid's going to need, with the data centers coming on and these EVs, we're going to do all this work, but to pay for it, we have to charge X amount of kilowatt hours over X amount of years from X amount of people. And sometimes Pura says no, and the investment houses tell Pura, well, you now become a bad risk, and we're not going to lend you the money. So see how this works? And again, I'm not saying that the utilities should get every cent they want. But it was clear now that under Marissa Gillette, this was just an adversarial relationship. Now, the only way that you're ever going to get rid of that in Connecticut is to buy the grid, which a couple of areas in the country have done. The Long Island, LIPA, the Long Island Power Authority, bought what used to be Lilco, Long Island Lighting, years ago. I don't know financially how that's doing. I have said that numerous times on this show. You want to end the bitching and the whining and the moaning? Seriously. Make Avangrid and Eversource an offer to buy them out in Connecticut. Well, that's billions of dollars, Paul. Yeah, it's not going to be cheap, but it may work out in the long run. Then the state can run, we can have our own grid, just the way they do in my warm, fuzzy hometown of Wallingford. You can run it essentially as a nonprofit if you wanted to. I think there's a couple of areas of the country that do that. But again, Connecticut is the land of doing nothing. So 10, 15, 20 years from now, God willing, if we're still doing the same kind of show here, I'm going to be, I'll have an IV in me and sitting in a wheelchair behind the board going, the rates are too high. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up? How are you?
Paul, you've got so many things on today's sermon.
Yeah.
First, the power is because they knocked down Harbor Station and Bridgeport and Norwalk, knocked out the coal plants.
Yeah, that's it, Bob. That's never coming. Coal is done. It's never coming back.
Yeah, I know, but they didn't plan to
put you're right.
something else in.
Yeah.
Okay, now, why our representatives wanted to keep the country shut down? You had Rosa Deplorable and Representative Hayes wanted hair products.
Yeah.
Rosa wanted her purple hair dye in there and insurance.
Yeah.
And Hayes wanted the straightener.
Yeah.
And then you had Blumenthal, Murphy, Larson, Courtney, Himes. They all wanted Viagra, and it wasn't covered, so they weren't going to vote for it.
Are you sure about the Viagra part, Bob? How did you find out about that?
I heard it on NPR.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. And anyway, this Epstein thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if you had a wife that looked like Melina and was as smart as her, would you jeopardize that?
Bob, and thank you for the call. Here's the thing. And some of you ladies may understand this, but Bob brings up a valid point. Wow, Trump, look at him. And listen. I'm not saying Trump did anything or he didn't do anything. I'm seriously. I was having a discussion with a female staff member of this about this the other day at Connoisseur. Ladies, you probably know this, and Lord, and by the way, we have an update here on the whole Epstein story here. Here's the bottom line: I'm not telling anybody anything that they don't already know. Deep inside the recesses of the American male, or the European male, or the human male, there is a lot of genetic coding, not code, C-O-A-T, coding, C-O-D-I-N-G, our genetic code, okay? Here's the bottom line. Every male walking the face of the earth right now, or in the past or in the future, every one of the male of the species has a dirtbag gene buried somewhere deep in our recesses. There are some guys who keep perfect control over it. There are other guys who, I strayed once or twice. And there are then other guys who will jump on anything in heels and a skirt. I'm not telling you guys or gals anything you haven't already talked about. So again, and Bob had somewhat of a valid point. If this situation here with Jeffrey Epstein gets deeper and deeper and deeper, undoubtedly people are going to say, well, what are these guys thinking of? Well, that's what I just told you. I mean, when they snag a member of the royal family, well, he's not even a prince anymore. Andrew, I was going to say Prince Andrew. The hell are you thinking? What is wrong with you? I mean, it's mind-numbing. Now, again, Maybe there were some people, I'm sure, who didn't know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, whatever. And then, of course, there are going to be people going, well, how could you not know? And I will say this again and again and again. I don't care who this takes down. I really don't. In fact, if the anti-Trump crowd is doing this to take him down, and maybe they will, maybe the innuendo is enough. You know the old phrase is, folks, right? In media, in advertising, in politics, perception is reality. Whatever a person's reality is and how they perceive the world, that's their world. That's why, you have 3 cable news outlets out there, CNN, Fox, and MSNBC, and you probably know people who watch 1, 2, or all 3, and they have certain perceptions about the world. Nothing wrong with that, but they see things from different angles. But bottom line is this, the opposition to Mr. Trump and the current administration, if there's something there, then put it out there. But be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Because if you're looking to take down the Trump White House and do that, maybe you will. And if you do, good for you. If you achieve your goal, be careful what you wish for. Because you got J.D. Vance in the wings. And Vance is Trump, much younger, better instincts, Marine veteran, more articulate, and he knows when to hit the off switch. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident near exit 11 has things backed up almost to the Merritt Parkway ramps now. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, the Parkway is still the way to go. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
During National Homelessness Awareness Month, remember in Connecticut, 1 in 5 people without a home is a child who needs more than a roof. They need hope, safety, and a chance to just be a kid. For 35 years, Connecticut Housing Partners has been making home happen by building affordable housing and changing lives. Because every child deserves a bed, a meal, and the comfort of calling someplace home. Follow at CT Housing Partners on social media to learn how you can make home happen.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. To midweek Wednesday, our buddy, our pal, you know him, you love him, or maybe you don't, but he's a good guy. Dan Haar, senior editor and columnist for Connecticut Media, is coming up in the 5:15 segment. We'll talk a little bit more about the election results. Again, last election day, last week, last Tuesday, this past yesterday. Last week, yesterday, what a big night for Democrats. Listen, some of that was Trump, obviously, right? But look, 29 or 30, is it upper 20s or around 30? I know there's a couple of races still up for grabs going to a mandatory recount, but you cannot deny that state Democrats are popping the champagne here, as well they should. I wouldn't read too much into it. I mean, you had some municipalities who were so red for so long flip. Well, we'll get Dan's thoughts on that coming up and more.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin on Capitol Hill and a very busy afternoon and evening ahead for the House of Representatives. First order of business, the swearing in of Democrat Adelita Grijalva 7 weeks after she won a special election in Arizona. She made remarks after taking the oath of office.
Basic freedoms are under attack. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing. Babies are being ripped away from their parents by masked agents. We can and must do better.
Now, once she officially became a member of Congress, she also officially became the 218th signature on a petition to force a House vote on releasing the full Epstein files. Meanwhile, more documents and emails were put out today by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, linking President Trump to the convicted sex offender. CBS's Scott McFarland with reaction.
Republicans on that panel have responded to this release, saying that these excerpts were cherry-picked by Democrats and part of a broader document set. You heard the White House making a similar criticism that they say this was a leaked set of records to friendly media by Democrats on this panel.
Now, the House has moved on to the government funding bill.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blames the shutdown on the Democrats.
The Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days.
Democrats see things differently, saying they wanted Republicans and the White House to discuss expiring health care tax subsidies. President Trump said, open the government first and talk about that later. So what about now?
Once the government reopens, the president, as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about health care.
Saying the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
CBS's Allison Keyes has details on a new safety feature for Uber.
In cities including Chicago, Nashville, and more than 20 others, Uber is allowing female customers to connect with women drivers. CBS News technology contributor Ian Scher explains.
When women reserve or pre-book a trip, they can ask for a woman driver.
But the company says it cannot guarantee a match.
The move's in response to a number of sexual misconduct lawsuits and complaints against the rideshare company. Today, Jane Goodall was remembered at her funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. Actor Leonardo DiCaprio spoke about his friend.
She could light up a room with her stories and somehow inspire everyone she met to believe that they individually could do better.
Goodall died last month at the age of 91. On Wall Street, the Dow reached record heights for the second straight day, surging higher by 326 points. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Greenwich police have arrested two people allegedly involved in the November 8th carjacking around the Post Road, especially East and West Putnam Avenue. Police warn the public that there are organized auto theft crews operating around those roads who track potential victims. The Shelton Board of Aldermen Ward 3 election has ended in a tie after a recount, and there will be a special election as a result. But the date has not been set. The recount only resulted in the change of 3 votes. Election officials reviewed voting from machines, absentee ballots, same-day registration votes, and write-ins. In Easton, Connecticut's tight race for first selectman, Republican Dan Lent edged out Democrat Nick D'Addario by just 5 votes after a recount. The race was so close that thousands of ballots were reviewed and new tabulators used to ensure accuracy. State Attorney General William Tong is warning Fairfield-based gun maker Strom, Ruger & Company that it could face legal action. Tong says the possible action would be over a 9mm pistol that can easily be converted into a fully automatic weapon. He says Ruger's pursuit of profit over safety may be a violation of the State Firearms Industry Responsibility Act and the Unfair Trade Practices Act. Ruger has issued a statement saying it has a long history of corporate responsibility and criticized Tong for issuing a press release and not calling them first. Today, during a first day of the special legislative session in Hartford, the Republican state minority strongly opposed the major bills. One prominent speaker was Monroe's State Representative Tony Scott. Among the chief concerns are effects on local tax rates and changing zoning regulations. Connecticut Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro told the majority GOP House Rules Committee she opposes a bill that would end the record-breaking government shutdown, largely because it does not address the health care crisis.
Healthcare costs are still poised to double or even triple for some folks practically overnight.
A final vote in the House is expected before the end of the day. Stamford police this afternoon have identified a pedestrian who was killed on Saturday as Nellie Ruiz. She was killed by a driver while crossing High Ridge Road Saturday night. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On Route 8 northbound, residual delays heavy through Shelton from an earlier accident that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yep. Hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is the White House sweating here? We're seeing reports now that there may have been, some Situation Room meetings today about these Jeffrey Epstein releases here, emails, whatever. Complete coincidence. This is happening on the day that the government shutdown is going to end. As the cartoon used to say, what a coinky-dink this is. And now, as you just heard on CBS News there, top of the hour, Democrat Adelita Grijalva sworn in today as the newest member of Congress. She was sworn in by House Speaker Mike Johnson shortly before the House returned to session to vote on a deal to fund the government and the ridiculous government shutdown that achieved nothing. But there's another layer to this story, though. Grijalva says she will join a discharge petition from Congressman Thomas Massie, Republican Kentucky, making it 218 signatures on the petition, 3 Republicans signing on along with Massie, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, Nancy Mace of South Carolina, and Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. And that will push to release, I guess, maybe any and all of the Epstein files here, the Jeffrey Epstein, the financier, the late disgraced convicted sex trafficker here. So what do we have going on here? And again, there were some leaked emails earlier in the day today from Jeffrey Epstein himself saying that, Mr. Trump back years and years and years ago may have known about some of what was going on. Not that he took part in anything. Let's be careful here. Grijalva would be the final necessary signature on a discharge petition linked to a bill that would require the Justice Department to release all the unclassified documents and communications connected to the Jeffrey Epstein files and his sex trafficking operations. Massachusetts Congressman Jim McGovern, the top Democrat on the House Rules Committee, said he expects that, the Jeffrey Epstein part about this, to happen next month in early December. And it all thickens. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We come back, our weekly check-in with our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media. That is coming up straight ahead.
The floats, the bands, and all those giant balloons. It's the return of the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. Join WICC hosts Melissa Sheketoff, Paul Pacelli, John Kamal, and Chris Williams along the parade route. The parade steps off at noon and travels through the streets of Stamford downtown. The holiday season officially begins with the annual tradition, the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
AB's Falafel and Trumbull announces Lunch on Us. Now through the end of December, the first 3 people in line when the doors open at 11 a.m. get a famous AB's Falafel wrap free. You'll always have a great meal at family-owned AB's Falafel. Now be one of the first 3 in line and enjoy a falafel wrap for free. Known for its fresh and delicious shawarma, falafel, kebabs, hummus, AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull. Good luck.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Forget the socks and sweaters. It's easy to give better. Give the gift of scratch so they can win some extra cash. Oh yeah, and this year there's a second chance.
Hold
holiday, scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery are here with second chance drawings. Gift better this holiday.
Odds vary by game. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777. Lottery tickets are not suitable gifts for children.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On Route 8 northbound, residual delays heavy through Shelton from an earlier accident that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, a lot going on here, including that special session, or as my people like to say in my father's old store, the special session. Oh, man. Dan Hard joins us every Wednesday at this time. Hearst Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist. Dan, do you have your special session suit on today? Are we enjoying Hartford? What?
I've not been at the Capitol. I've been doing other things today. I had to do I do a discussion every Wednesday, first Wednesday of the month about writing, and we did that. So I've had other things. But, speaking of Italian pronunciations of things.
Yes.
We just have a story by my colleague who is not Italian.
Okay.
Jesse Leavenworth about the pronunciation of Sfogliatelle.
Oh, okay. So yes. So the correct, Mr. Har, a Roman Italian. In other words, the Italian I took in high school, Sfogliatelle. Okay. Now, in my father's store, if you said that, they would look at you like you had 3 eyes and just landed from Mars. The blue-collar Italians, it's Sfogliatelle.
See, we got to do more on this because that's what unscrambler.com is a website apparently.
Yeah.
And they had the most mispronounced word in every state, and that was our state's mispronounced word.
Come on,
but anyway,
really?
Let's get to the news.
Wait, hold on a second. You mean to tell me Sfogliatelle, is the most mispronounced term in Connecticut?
I can't imagine. But it may only be because Connecticut is the most Italian state, as you know.
Yes. All right. Let us get to the big news of the day. What would you like to start off with, sir? Go right ahead.
What I'd like to start off with is the fact that it is now 5:18 p.m.
Yeah.
And after a special session that is supposed to cover 3 big bills in one day.
Yeah.
They have now gotten to the first of 7 filed amendments on the first bill. So we're off to a booming start. We're hours away from. We could be hours away from the housing bill even passing, even being voted on. And this is the same debate that we had about 5002, the version of the bill that the governor vetoed, and the Republicans are not none too happier with this. And separately, you have the issue of the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with all of these bills, there is the underlying bill debate, which you have during the session, and there's the debate about that this is no way to run a railroad, to have people not see a bill until they wake up on the morning that they have to vote for it, and they drive to Hartford, and they have a meeting about it, but they don't have time to read the hundreds of pages.
God. Oh, now, Dan, There's no shot the governor's not going to sign this, right? Is there? I mean, he can't veto this again, or could he?
There's something about Lucy and footballs that comes to mind.
I mean,
yeah, no, he's gonna sign this bill. The question is whether the bill is closer to what the Republicans are saying, which is an infringement on home rule and an invitation for disaster, or closer to what the Democrats say, which is that this is almost nothing at all. This bill has almost no teeth, and so it does a number of things. By the way, one of the big things is that it's not about affordable housing.
Yeah.
It's about housing. So, for example, one of the most controversial pieces of it, as you know, because you've probably been talking about it all day, is the as-of-right conversion of commercial buildings to housing up to 9 units.
Yeah.
Right? And the people who are afraid of as-of-right zoning, as-of-right, for your listeners who don't know, it just means that if you've got a building that's zoned commercial and you want to turn it into 9 units of apartments, you have the right to do that. The zoning board can't say no.
Yeah. Now,
and that's a big controversy.
Sure. No, I mean, 9 units is 9 units. Also, Dan, from what I understand, they gave a little on the parking requirements here. Did I see that's a major change in the bill? Because that was a contentious part of it too, wasn't it?
The parking requirement is actually, there's some bipartisan opposition to that one because it essentially says that if you're in a densely populated area, you don't need to have that parking. And it is what I call aspirational. That is to say, new urbanists yearn to live in a post-car society.
Yeah.
And so why not zone accordingly and say that you can have certain housing that doesn't have to have 1.4 or whatever the number is, it's around there, spaces per unit, right?
Yeah.
And so the argument by supporters of this dropping of the limit is that let the market decide. If you don't want to move into an apartment building that has limited parking, don't move there.
Yeah, I can get that. Also, Dan, as I read this bill, the bullet points of it, and Dan Haar is the guest from Hearst Connecticut Media, I guess the municipalities, the governor is saying, hey, there's more carrot here than stick. And what is it, Dan? The municipalities, the city or towns, have a choice of opting in on a couple of different levels here. Did I see that right? Joining something regionally or saying themselves how far they want to go? What is that about?
Well, this is the question, like how much can you dilute the concept of requiring towns to build affordable housing?
Yeah.
Right? And multifamily housing, but it's really affordable housing that's at issue.
Yeah.
Right? How much can you dilute that and still have some version of the state incentivizing or pushing towns to do it? And the answer, if you are in 169 Strong, the Not in My Backyard anti-housing group, is nothing. There's no version of state guidance that's acceptable because this bill is about as dilutive as it gets. And clearly, it's worth pointing out that the speaker himself said this morning at the press conference that, or maybe it was the majority leader, Jason Rojas, who said that the very person who's behind this lost her seat on the Fairfield Zoning Board in an election. So that was meant to be, and I don't mean to jump into an elective issue in the town of Fairfield, but that was meant to be a statement that enough already, the voters of Connecticut have spoken, they know what they want.
All right. And finally, Dan Haar, speaking of elections, any other thoughts as you paw through the numbers from last week?
Yes, I have a very large analysis that's coming probably tomorrow morning, so look for it online and CT Insider, but it may delay a day, but I think it's going to be up tomorrow morning, in which one of the significant conclusions I have is that, guess what? The Republicans didn't lose votes in this election.
Really? Interesting. So the Democrats gained, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Republicans actually had more votes in this election than in 21. More votes in this election than in 21 in the same 125 towns that had elections in both years.
You know, Dan,
more
see,
votes.
it's because you joined the Republican Party. You see what you did there. Are you going to take credit for this, Dan Har?
More importantly, Bobby Valentine got out of the Republican Party, thereby skewing by 14,000 the numbers for the Republicans because they didn't get his votes. They didn't get his votes in 21, but of course they did have a Republican running this time around. So it skews the numbers. If you consider Bobby Valentine to be a Republican, as some people do, then they had slightly fewer votes. But the real money, the real action was in Democrats picking up tens of thousands of votes, and not just in a few towns, not just in the New Havens and the Stanfords and the Fairfields and the West Hartfords. It was everywhere.
All right, Dan Har, we will watch for that tomorrow. Check it out, folks. Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media, senior editor and columnist. And remember, Dan, if it's a high-class place, you ask for a svogliatelli. If you're with family, it's a sfogliatelle. You got that? Are we all right with that? Yeah, just the proper amount of slur in there. That's what you have to do. Just kind of run it all together, okay?
Well, the Jews, we've got Kishka. There's only one way to pronounce it.
Okay. Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, thanks. Be good, buddy. Take care. All right, there you go. How about that? They did a story on that? The most mispronounced word in Connecticut, according to some AI thing Dan and his friends there at Hearst consulted. Svogliatelli. I know, the pinky in the air Italian, you're sipping the espresso. Yes, we have what do you want for dessert? We have a very nice, fresh, we make the svogliatelli. Now, when I was growing up, hey, you going to the bakery? Yeah. Give me a half dozen svogliatelli. That's it. Come on. It's my tribe out there. You know what I'm talking about. And you know what the other one is? It's a high-class place, right? Sir, we have a delicious plate of cavatelli with the seafood sauce. Get out of here. It's got cavatelli. Give me the gnocchis there. That's a good gnocchi. Right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On Route 8 northbound, residual delays heavy through Shelton from an earlier accident that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sam and top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This season, shop small and save big at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Celebrate store-wide savings on Lazy Boy recliners, Beauty Rest mattresses, and more, just in time to refresh your home before the holidays. Stop by and spread some cheer. Spectre Furniture is a proud drop-off site for teams' toys for kids. Bring in a new unwrapped toy and brighten the child's season. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years on Main Street in Ansonia. Shop small, save big, give back.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts. Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Special Report. 7 weeks after she won a special election in Arizona, Democrat Adelita Grajova has finally been sworn in.
You will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress.
CBS's Scott McFarland says there's big significance to her finally becoming a member of Congress.
She is committed to being the potentially pivotal signature on a petition that could force a vote on the full release of Epstein case files.
Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill has more on why it possibly took so long.
She was elected in a special election in late September, and she claims that this Epstein issue may have held up her swearing in. Now, that is something that Speaker Mike Johnson denies.
Now, that was the first order of business for the House. Now it will move on to the bill to reopen the government. CBS News Special Report. I'm Stacey Lynn.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Greenwich police have arrested 2 people allegedly involved in a November 8th carjacking around the Post Road, specifically East and West Putnam Avenue. Police warn the public that there are organized auto theft crews operating around these roads who track potential victims. The Shelton Board of Aldermen Ward 3 election has ended in a tie after a recount, and there will be a special election as a result, but the date has not been set. The recount only resulted in a change of 3 votes. Election officials reviewed votes from voting machines, absentee ballots, same-day registration votes, and write-ins. In Easton, the tight race for first selectman, Republican Dan Lent edged out Democrat Nick Daddario by just 5 votes after a recount. The race was so close that thousands of ballots were reviewed and new tabulators used to ensure accuracy. State Attorney General William Tong is warning Fairfield Bates gun maker Shroom, Ruger and Company that it could face legal action. Attorney General Tong says the possible action would be over a 9mm pistol that can be easily converted to a fully automatic weapon. He says Ruger's pursuit of profits over safety may be a violation of the State Firearms Industry Responsibility Act and the Unfair Trade Practices Act. Ruger has issued a statement saying it is a long history of corporate responsibility and criticizing Tong for issuing a press release and not calling them first. Today, during the first day of the special legislative session in Hartford, the Republican state minority strongly opposed the major bills. One prominent speaker was Monroe's state representative, Tony Scott. Among the chief concerns are effects on local state taxes and changing zoning regulations. Connecticut Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro told the majority GOP House Rules Committee that she opposes a bill that would end the record-breaking government shutdown, largely because it does not address the health care crisis.
Healthcare costs are still poised to double or even triple for some folks practically overnight.
A final vote on the House is expected to be by the end of the day. Stamford police this afternoon have identified a pedestrian who was killed on Saturday as Nellie Ruiz. She was killed by a driver while crossing High Ridge Road Saturday night. A recount in Monroe's town council race ended in another tie between incumbent Democrats Janice Persico and Kathy Kohut. Although the tie would have required a special election, Persico has withdrawn, allowing Kohut to take the final council seat. Persico cited respect for Kohut's work and dedication to the town, while local Democratic leaders praised her professionalism and service to the community. The Connecticut ACLU is demanding that cities and towns stop using automatic license plate readers. The organization is calling for a pause of the use of these devices by police departments over allegations that personal data is being misused. State ACLU Director David McGuire says people should be able to drive to work, school, or the store without ending up in a government database. McGuire says the use of the devices should be paused until laws are passed to prevent misuse of collected data. A deposition by longtime Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA, Commissioner Michael Caron has revealed deep internal conflict at the agency during former Chairwoman Marissa Gillette's tenure, including claims that he and other commissioners were excluded from key decisions and staff access. Caron testified that Gillette centralized control, limited transparency, and used auto-delete on text messages that later became controversial, prompting him to raise concerns directly with Governor Lamont's office. Meanwhile, tensions persist at PURA as its general counsel, Scott Muska, has threatened a defamation lawsuit against a colleague and 2 commissioners over internal disputes and accusations of misconduct related to public records handling. For WICC News, I'm Paul Goodman.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. On Route 8 northbound, residual delays heavy through Shelton from an earlier accident that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross north and southbound. Plenty of company on either side going into the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, you're busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Sam on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
We talked about this yesterday. I hate to have to bring this up again, but there are so many people in Congress that are just full of crap. And I mean some crap that you could grow beefsteak tomatoes with. Big old honkin' zucchinis, cucumbers. Now, Rosa DeLauro, God bless her, she's been around since, the Lincoln administration? I don't know. She's upset. Oh, the health care costs, we need to, Congress, do you understand something? Congress never does anything again with health care costs. It's impossible. The way that this country is governed, you will never lower the cost of health care. It's not going to happen. Everybody is looking for their piece. And what do? Again, the Flex Seal, the stuff, the black stuff in the can. What's the answer? Oh, let's raise, let's extend, let's increase, tag subsidies for Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, that go through commercial insurance, private insurance companies. So again, one thing, the positive side of the recent government shutdown, which I guess is supposed to end today, tonight, or tomorrow, is, we're just going to keep siphoning money into a system that's not working. And I'm not a healthcare guy. I don't know the first thing what's going on with healthcare. I go to the doctors, I take out my healthcare coverage card. Thankfully, I have it. Knock on wood. I give it to the woman. The woman says, "Hi, Paul. Hi, Mr. Pacelli. Nice to see you. Your copay today is $20, $30, $40, whatever it is." And that's it. But this notion of, we have to rein in healthcare costs, it's never happening. Why? Because it never does. Why? Because the system we have now with Obamacare is just frosting on a cake that we've been using for 100 years. And again, like I said yesterday and the day before that and the day before that, what we really need is an effort by both sides in Congress to get together and say, let's come up with a new system here. It may take 10, 15, 20, 30 years to do this, but let's start now. The problem is not enough people want to. There are some people who want nothing but the private market, and there are some people who want nothing but the government to do it for them. There's got to be a meeting of the minds somewhere, because this is now comical. This is like a good 70s sitcom. This is like Fred and Lamont arguing on Sanford and Son. Honestly. Where's Skillet when you need him? Where's Rollo? Where's Bubba? And they're all joking and laughing it up over health care. It is mind-numbing. I heard Rosa DeLauro there screaming and yelling about costs going up. Rosa, what's your idea to bring costs down? You know why? You have none, because there is none. Because the big lobbying groups and the big, expensive, and rich private healthcare companies don't want it to happen. What can I tell you? It's a clown show. It's a clown show over and over and over again. And again, you'll forgive me, but I always bring this up. Look at the space program. We went from rockets blowing up on launch pads in 1960 and 61. 8 years later, we had men on the moon numerous times. Why? Because JFK said, get it done. Figure it out. And 400,000 people, including some contractors here in Connecticut, thank you, got it done. Mind-numbing. It's all an act. It's all they're all auditioning for Ringling Brothers. P.T. Barnum is right. Oh, was he right? Dave in Brantford is here. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Try to work quick. I know it sounds like a lot. The thing about Rosa, you hear about the individual has to go from $800 to $2,800 a month for their individual health plan.
Yeah.
And Rosa says, they're going to go without health care. The problem is you may not be paying the $2,800 a month, but somebody is.
Yeah.
It's not lowering the price of health care.
Yeah.
It just makes it go up more by feeding the beast. The affordable housing thing, which maybe you could have spent the whole show on that. The thing about the parking requirements is I think it is mostly the suburban eco-wackos who want us to all give up our automobiles. It's not really a matter of saving the cost of putting in a parking spot, to get more affordable housing. It's that they want to force you not to have a car. And the downside is the people with the moving van and the new bed and the refrigerator repairman and the pizza guy, where did they all park when they're doing their business?
We talked about this.
They park on the public street. It externalizes the cost. It makes the members of the public be greatly inconvenienced, with these double parked vehicles on the public road because the developer didn't put it in. And the last thing, calling it is gun safety, that is just posturing. Every single thing I ever owned that belongs to me, that's the most important part, whether it's an automobile, a two-cycle moped scooter with a governor limited, 25 miles an hour, all my lawn and garden equipment with all kinds of ridiculous safety equipment that breaks. I have modified it to be mine, and I'm allowed to do this. It is not a crime. There's 3 safety interlocks on my lawn tractor.
Nice.
I have to be sitting down.
Nice.
I have to be pushed. I have to push on the clutch, and the blade has to be disengaged.
Yeah.
And if any of those safety switches are not working properly, the darn thing won't start, and it's a dog to figure out why. So they're all disabled. I don't have kids that I'm going to worry are going to, go joyriding on the lawn tractor. And the same thing with the chainsaw has got like a double trigger.
Oh,
that you
yeah.
have to push.
Yeah.
The first thing that breaks is the safety trigger. I just eliminated it. I'm pretty clever that way. I just locked it out of the circuit. But it's not a crime, and it's not the manufacturer's fault because the owner of the product chooses to make a modification. So this is just Tong posturing and posing like he always does the suit of the day. It's almost a new lawsuit every day.
Dave, I do want to thank you because you introduced another new. I thought your reference to the barking Chihuahua. I have run that one around the station here. People like that, and now I will use suburban eco wackos.
Yeah, the anti-automobile set, And you know what? How do you bring your new couch home that you just bought at IKEA if you don't have a car? Some delivery vehicle, a vehicle has to bring it to you, and yet there's no net savings. And the barking Chihuahua, I intentionally, it kind of skates the edge of, is that an ethnic insult? What is that?
All right, Dave. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Dave and Branford, they're always an entertaining guy. Hey, Paul and Shelton, stand by. We're up next with you right here on WICC. We'll be coming back after this.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Join us for a musical experience like no other. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Horizons of Fire, featuring Maestro Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, November 15th at 7:30 p.m. at the Mertens Theater, University of Bridgeport. Immerse yourself in an intimate setting that brings you close to the fire of the performance. A select group of GBS musicians performing works by Bartok, Villalobos, and more. Tickets $18 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Don't miss this bold new chapter for Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Further ahead on 95, an accident reported near exit 51 has things backing up towards the Q Bridge in Haven. The Route 8 northbound jamming through Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7 with an accident reported in the mix near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Mostly cloudy today, breezy with highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, becoming mostly clear by the dawn, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm looking up the screen. Oh, look at that. House vote soon on ending the record-long government shutdown that achieved nothing. What a disgrace. Oh, my God. What a disgrace. And you've got people like Richard Blumenthal in the Senate and Chris Murphy, who didn't vote. I mean, think about that. Think about that. Our two Democratic U.S. Senate members here in Connecticut, Senior Senator Richard Blumenthal and Junior Senator Chris Murphy, who, by the way, we find out is heading to New Hampshire. About that, huh? Wonder why that's happening. To make an appearance there. If they had their druthers, they would none of the final votes would be happening today. I know what you're going to say. Well, but but here's the thing: when one side has leverage and the other side doesn't. It happens in every government shutdown. This has happened numerous times before. And the once great Democratic Party can bitch and cry and moan about everything, but they had no leverage. Even they admit it now, which is why you're going to find out, and you have found this out already, there is no way Chuck Schumer wanted to do this. He was pressured by Chris Murphy, by AOC, by Bernie Sanders, by Jasmine Crockett, because they were and I can understand they're frustrated. Now the midterms are coming in about a year. We get that. I'm sure the Democrats will have a great night on midterm night. I'm sure they will. But that's what you should focus on. And okay, if you're concerned about health care and the Obamacare costs and the Obamacare premiums, again, you know what could make you a big hero or two or three? Come up with a better system. I say this to both sides all the time. Come up with a better system. It's easy to say what you don't like. What do you like? What are you for? I say this all the time about the energy crowd here in Connecticut, those on the left. They don't want fossil fuels. They don't want internal combustion engines. They're not thrilled with nukes. They don't want a natural gas pipeline. All right, what do you want? Wind and solar. Okay, that's nice to supplement stuff. It can, at least at this point, solar energy, wind energy, offshore, whatever, that cannot be your primary source of energy. Complementary, yes. A little from column A, column B, column C. Same thing with healthcare. People got to get paid. You got to pay the nurses. You got to pay the doctors. So how do you do that? I don't know. But it is, and again, you're seeing it today. I'm looking up at the screen here before I jotted this down. I wanted to bring it up. You know, Democrats confront leadership issue. Is it your leadership, or is it your policies? I say this all the time. Both sides get too caught up in personalities sometimes, and they don't actually stop and listen to what they are saying. I mean, this story is a perfect example. We'll leave you with this because it affects Connecticut as well. Democrats in Washington are urging individual state to block ICE's access to driver data. Dozens of congressional Democrats, in a series of letters on Wednesday, urged states, including Connecticut, to block immigration and custom enforcement access to driver data. We urge you to block the access that ICE has, as Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts, and Minnesota do, and Washington have already done. Oregon's in the process of doing. Bunch of governors got these letters from fellow Democrats. One of them, Governor Ned Lamont, here in Connecticut. And my point here is, you can talk all you want about government shutdowns and about personalities and AOC versus Schumer. If they are so locked in to watering down the meaning and the perception of being an illegal citizen, they're never going to get their big grades. They're never going to get their big victories again. They're just not going to. The maniacal desire of the modern day Democratic Party here in Connecticut and nationally to de-emphasize the importance of being a citizen of the United States of America is mind-numbing. How about these stories that have been trickling out over the past 2 or 3 months? Illegal migrant truck drivers who are not proficient in English, in reading or writing or speaking it, have CDL licenses. You know, when we had a caller earlier in the show say, you know, wondering out loud, Trump's popularity is still mine. Well, here's a perfect example. When you have a state like California, who was giving, in fact, you saw that story. It was actually on the major networks, too, along with the cable networks a few weeks ago. New York or California, I think it was California. They were giving out CDL licenses in which you did not have to put your name on the license. That is lunacy. You can bitch and moan all you want to go, Trump, but you know what? When that kind of a story breaks, millions of people say, Trump, yes, sometimes I wish he'd shut up, but your party's worse. That's exactly what is happening. That's why, that's it, folks. And the fact is, you have blue-led states who say that giving a CDL to somebody who is not proficient in English and whose their name, doesn't have to appear on the license. That is lunacy. That's got nothing to do with Donald Trump or MAGA or J.D. Vance or anybody. In fact, that's why Trump has won twice and technically could have won a third time, save for, 40-something thousand votes. It is mind-numbing. And their answer is a needless, useless joke of a government shutdown that had millions of people wondering, how am I going to eat and how am I going to fly to so-and-so's wedding or my mom and dad's 50th anniversary, whatever. That's what they got. Mind-numbing. FDR and Harry Truman are spinning in their graves. Spinning. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Further ahead on 95, an accident reported near exit 51 has things backing up towards the Q Bridge in New Haven. The Route 8 northbound jamming through Shelton up to the bridge. 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7 with an accident reported in the mix near exit 2. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A breezy day today with mostly cloudy skies and highs in the mid-40s. Mostly cloudy overnight tonight, mostly clear by the early morning, dropping down into the upper 30s. I'm Dylan Richards, WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And just a reminder that our questions of the day, after I kick off the show with them and pose them on Facebook, they don't go away. We don't erase them. They stay up there in perpetuity. Yes. They'll find them in some sort of a time capsule. What do we find in the year 2125? Well, there used to be some guy running his yap from 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. But here's the question. Love to hear what you have to say about it. Will any newly released documents connected to convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein eventually damage President Trump? You let us know. Yes, no, little, a lot, whatever. Folks, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a nice night. Careful out there. Paul and Will at the controls today. Thank you so much. News coming up right now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn in Washington, where the House is finally back in session, and CBS's Linda Kenyon reports they just checked off the first thing on their agenda.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
House Speaker Mike Johnson administered the oath to Adelita Grijalva.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress.
Grijalva won a special election to fill the House seat of her late father, Raul Grijalva. But Speaker Johnson waited more than 50 days to swear her in, and she did not let that slide.
This is an abuse of power.
She then became the decisive signature on a petition to force a vote on releasing the full Epstein files. That vote will likely happen early in December. GOP Representative Michelle Fischbach.
Oversight is already releasing many of those files. As a matter of fact, I believe they've done tens of thousands of them, but I believe this morning they did another 20,000 files. So they are being released.
Those newly released emails she's talking about are calling into question what President Trump did or did not know about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Democrat Jim McGovern.
The bottom line is every single Republican will go on record, and you will have to make clear whether you're on the side of a pedophile or whether you're on the side of the victims.
The White House has pushed back on those newly released emails, accusing Democrats of creating a fake narrative to smear the president. Right now on the House floor, lawmakers are moving forward with the whole process to get to a final vote on the funding bill to reopen the government. If it passes as expected, it will immediately go to the president's desk for his signature. And while that means federal employees will get back to work, it doesn't necessarily mean air travel will bounce back so fast. Correspondent Carter Evans is in Los Angeles.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has said he's not just going to all of a sudden ramp everything back up to full speed. He wants to make sure that those air traffic control towers are fully staffed to be able to handle the number of passengers so that they're not under the pressure that they have been in that caused this whole situation.
And with an end to the shutdown on the horizon, there likely will be a scramble to push out key federal data reports that have been delayed, including jobs reports. But Chicago Federal Reserve Bank President Austin Goolsbee says there are concerns just how accurate they'll be.
They were quite likely to ask people, on this certain week that was 2 months ago, did you have a job? And just the people's recollections and the answers for information that's older are going to be a little noisier. And so I do think that's a concern.
Checking Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 326 points. The Nasdaq today dropped 6 points at the close. S&P 500 gained 4. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
We love a good news story to share with you, and this one has Connecticut ranking pretty high, if I do say so myself. Apparently, Connecticut is one of the most charitable states in New England and among the top quarter in the nation, according to a new study. So this was a report that came from the personal finance company Wallet Hub, and it was just released this week, ranking Connecticut as 13th most charitable state in the country and second in New England, trailing just Maine. At number 8, Wyoming, the country's least populous state, taking the top spot on the list. But I wanted to talk about, hey, Connecticut, look at you caring. Look at you opening your wallets and your hearts to the people around you. I love a good story like this. And joining us now to talk a little bit more about this is Carla Fortunato, who is the president of the Connecticut Council for Philanthropy. What did you think about seeing this report, Carla?
So at the Connecticut Council for Philanthropy, we were incredibly proud, but actually not that surprised that Connecticut was identified as one of the most charitable states in the country, because we see the way that Connecticut communities step up to support local groups and community members every day, and especially in times of crisis, like just recently with the end of SNAP benefits, that temporary end of SNAP benefits. We saw so many people move into action to support local food pantries, run food drives, really trying to make sure that no one was left behind in this moment.
When I saw this report, I was just really touched because it feels like a lot of the time, and look, I know I'm a journalist, so we're sort of inundated with bad news all the time, and we try to find the good anywhere. But this, to me, was something that Connecticut can kind of, I think, brag a little bit about, and I don't mean to use that word, but I think it's something we should be really proud of. You bring up, for example, what has happened with SNAP benefits. And it was amazing to me to see so many communities and even just our state government to say, hold on, partisan matters aside, how are we going to make sure people are getting fed? How do we make sure that we're, using money appropriately, whether, again, we politically agree or not. And that's just one example that we've seen when it feels like the rest of the country is sort of in crisis. Connecticut sort of takes the approach of, no, we've got this. Let's figure out what we're going to do. And just that idea of neighbor to neighbor, I think it's really fascinating that that we do that so many times I feel like we put especially politics or religion or whatever you want aside to do what's best for the greater good.
No, I think that's right. There is a real legacy of kind of generosity and public service in Connecticut. Year after year, we see people kind of live out their big-heartedness, not just by making donations, which can be really important, but also like showing up, volunteering for local groups, running their own fundraisers, or, even donating time with their local governments. We just had Election Day last week, and that's run almost entirely by volunteers. Mm-hmm. And so I agree that we should be really proud here in Connecticut, and that, that people here